If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 21, Ashes and Oaths. Well, you guys crushed the goal previous week. This week goal is 600 stones. Enjoy. Cashin walked in silence. His boots pressed against the cracked ferrocrete, the rhythmic crunch of dirt and spent casings beneath his feet the only sound as they made their way back to camp. No one spoke. Not at first. Darius was limping. One of the remaining enforcers had a lash burn along his arm, and the last two were coated in dried blood, some of it theirs, most of it not. And Cashin? He was exhausted. Not just physically, though his body ached like hell, but mentally. His mind throbbed, his skull felt like a vice was pressing against it, and his senses were still adjusting to the sheer weight of his newfound awareness. The warp had brushed against him. And he had walked away. That fact alone should have been impossible. Yet here he was. "We are not telling anyone," Darius finally muttered. Cashin's gaze snapped to him. The others grunted in agreement. "Damn right, we're not." One of the enforcers, Jarek, if Cashin remembered correctly, spat blood to the side. "They'd burn him," the other Markov sighed. He was the youngest of them, barely in his 20s. "Or worse," Darius said darkly. They all knew what happened to psykers in the Imperium. Execution was merciful. Cashin exhaled. He had expected fear, disgust, even rejection. Instead, they were protecting him. "You sure about this?" Cashin's voice was hoarse. Darius stopped walking, turning to face him. There was a long silence. Then Darius smirked. "You saved my ass back there. So yeah, I'm sure." Jarek shrugged. "I've seen enough horror in this emperor-damned war." You're still Cashin." Markov grinned tiredly. "Besides, if you ever go full witch, we'll just shoot you." Cashin snorted. "Fair enough." The tension broke. It wasn't laughter, not exactly, but it was something close, a bitter camaraderie, an unspoken oath. Whatever happened next, they would keep this between them. Cashin, however, wasn't about to take their word for it. As they walked, he strained his telepathy, reaching out to their minds just barely. Not enough to invade, not enough to pry. Just enough to listen. What he found was comforting. There was no fear. No hatred. No betrayal. Only tiredness, respect, and the grim acceptance that they were all in this together. For the first time in hours, Cashin allowed himself to breathe. They reached the camp soon after. The atmosphere was different now. The constant murmur of soldiers talking, the hurried footsteps of runners delivering reports, it all carried an edge of panic. Something had changed. Cashin glanced around. The few remaining arbits were huddled in groups, faces pale. Enforcers moved with urgency, their armor still caked in gore. "This isn't good," Markov muttered. They heard the reports as they passed. Sector 32 lost. Hive militia routed. Arbit's fortress overrun. Casualties too high to count. It was a litany of failure. Cashin's gut twisted. They had lost. Maybe not completely. Maybe the war wasn't over. But the tide had turned, and it had turned against them. Darius exhaled sharply. "Go. Get some rest. I'll handle the briefing." Cashin nodded and turned toward the medical bay. He needed stitches. A lot of them. The medical bay was chaos. Medics shouted orders, men screamed in pain, and the air was thick with the scent of blood and disinfectant. Cashin shuffled in, dropping onto a cot. A frazzled-looking medici officer strode over, her uniform stained red. "What's your damage?" she asked tiredly. "Everything," Cashin deadpanned. She snorted. "Welcome to the club." She pulled a scalpel from her kit and gestured at his torso. "Shirt off." Cashin peeled away the blood-stained fabric, hissing as it stuck to the wounds underneath. The medic winced. "Damn. You got turned into ground meat." "Feels like it." She set to work, stitching the wounds with efficient brutality. Cashin gritted his teeth. "Where'd you get hit?" he muttered. The medic didn't stop working. "What? You're too calm," Cashin pointed out. "Means you've been through worse." She paused, then smirked. "Feral world, hive scum, military service, take your pick." Cashin raised an eyebrow. "Feral world? You don't look the type." "Yeah, well. You don't look like someone who should have made it out of that manufactorum alive, either, she shot back. Cashin snorted. Fair point. The medic tied off the last stitch, pressing a bandage against his ribs. You're patched up. Try not to get eviscerated again. Cashin exhaled. No promises. She patted his shoulder. Good. Means you'll live longer. Cashin dragged himself to the commissary, his body aching, bruised, and raw. His stomach felt like a gaping void, the kind of hunger that gnawed at his ribs, demanding to be filled. The scent of warm broth, spiced grox meat, and fresh baked ration loaves hit him like a shock, and for a moment, the battlefield images in his mind blurred. Men lined up, plates in hand, their movements sluggish. Some had fresh bandages, others had hollow eyes empty from what they had seen. Conversations were hushed, spoken between bites of food and tired sighs. Cashin took his tray, loaded it with as much as regulations allowed, a slab of seasoned grox, a bowl of thick corpse starch stew, a wedge of stale bread, and a cup of lukewarm recaf. It was the closest thing to comfort he was going to get. He found a corner seat, away from most, and started shoveling food into his mouth. The meat was tender, seasoned with salt and a hint of some spice. The stew was thick, filling, and surprisingly rich. Even the bread, though hard, soaked up the broth well enough. He forced himself to eat. Every bite was a battle. His mind kept flashing back blood-soaked corridors, the scent of charred flesh, the grotesque mutations of his former comrades. The howls of demons, the laughter of the warp pressing against his skull. But he kept eating. He forced the images down with each bite. Chew. Swallow. Repeat. Conversations floated around him. They're saying the northern sectors got hit worse than us, whole divisions wiped out. I saw an Arbit squad break ranks and run, got cut down by their own. Hivers are going missing. Not in the battlefield, just vanishing. Warp storms are growing. Some of the commanders aren't reporting back. Cashin ignored them. He focused on the food. He ate everything. Not out of pleasure, not even out of necessity, but because he had to. When his tray was scraped clean, he stood, mind heavy, body heavier. He trudged back to his quarters. The moment Cashin hit the bed, he was gone. Sleep took him like a black tide. And then the nightmares came. Screaming. Rotting faces, melting flesh. Warped voices crawling into his skull. But Cashin didn't fight it. He let the horror wash over him, like waves against stone. He did not resist, did not struggle, he observed. The blood. The agony. The madness. And then, as the dream twisted, as reality blurred into something unnatural, he let go. And slept. His mind remained his own. Cashin awoke with a sharp inhale. The last echoes of his nightmare clung to him like the scent of dried blood, but he did not react. There was no cold sweat, no gasping for breath, just a quiet moment of stillness. His body felt heavy, yet stronger. He rolled his shoulders, feeling the slight shift in his muscles, the way his movements carried more force, yet remained just as controlled. His fingers clenched into a fist, tighter, firmer, unyielding. Physique has reached 10/10. Upgrading to E tier. A familiar sensation crept over him, subtle yet undeniable. His body adjusted, refined itself. It wasn't a drastic change, but rather an optimization, a machine running with well-oiled precision instead of grinding gears. Then, a second realization. Dexterity has reached 10/10. Upgrading to E tier. His grip, his balance, his sense of control, it all sharpened, like a blade finally honed to perfection. But the system didn't stop there. A silent prompt unfolded within his mind, 3 distinct paths forming before him. Physique perks. 1. Adept conditioning. The body learns physical skills twice as fast. Muscle memory forms quicker, and fatigue resistance increases. 2. Adaptive physiology grants you a physique that has developed a remarkable ability to integrate and adapt to foreign enhancements. 3. Adaptive endurance. The body adjusts to stress far quicker. Environmental hardships such as extreme cold, heat, or exhaustion have a reduced impact. His eyes flickered over the choices, weighing each carefully. Adept conditioning was useful. The ability to learn physical skills at double the speed meant every movement, every action, would refine itself faster. Training would become effortless. Adaptive endurance had merit as well. The ability to resist exhaustion, to ignore the elements in a place like this, that was invaluable. But adaptive physiology. Cashin clenched his jaw. A perk that could allow him to evolve through various enhancements that Imperium has without any risks. It was too tempting. I will need this. He selected it. Instantly, cooling sensation washed over his body. Knowing his future path is secured. He turned to the screen. Then, another prompt. Dexterity perks. 1 Precision refinement increased fine motor control. Hand-eye coordination is significantly improved, and precision-based actions require less effort. 2 Cat's balance, improved sense of balance, can grant the ability to maintain stability on precarious platforms. 3 Flicker reflex reaction time is drastically improved when under threat. Dodging, parrying, and counter-attacks are instinctive. Cashin's fingers tapped idly against his palm as he thought. Precision refinement would make everything sharper: his handwriting, his trigger discipline, even his blade work. Every movement would become cleaner, smoother, more efficient. Cat's balance was mediocre compared to others in this. Flicker reflex was tempting. Instinctive reactions, near immediate responses. It would give him an edge in life or death combat. But precision refinement was better for him now. A constant, passive improvement to every action. A surgeon's steadiness, a marksman's discipline. He made his choice. For the second time, his body adjusted. The smallest flaws in his hand movements vanished, his reflexes became smoother, his grip unwavering. His physical foundation was now perfected. Cashin let out a slow breath, his thoughts blending seamlessly into action as he moved to wash up. Cashin turned the rusted faucet, letting the water run. For a moment, it was clear. Then, it turned red. Thick. Viscous. The scent of iron filled the air. He stared at it, expression unreadable. A moment later, the water ran clear again, as if it had never changed. He didn't react. The warp's influence was growing. Stepping outside, he was met with a sky that was wrong. What had once been a dull, grey expanse of smog-choked clouds had now turned a deep, blood red. Faint streaks of black lightning flickered in the distance, twisting like living things. The air was heavy, oppressive. Cashin barely noticed. His mind was elsewhere, focused on his thoughts, on what came next. As he walked through the camp, murmurs surrounded him. The Emperor protects. The Emperor protects. It's getting worse. Every day, it's getting worse. We should have left this place. It's cursed, damned. Pray. Just pray. It's all we can do. Men knelt, muttering litanies under their breath. Some held prayer beads, clutching them so tightly their knuckles turned white. Others simply stared at the sky, expressions hollow, faith wavering. He saw fear. Cashin ignored it. Fear was irrelevant. His steps carried him to the commissary once more. The scent of warm food barely masked the undercurrent of unease. The conversations were quieter, tenser. He loaded his tray with more than before. He needed fuel. The food tasted the same. The ration bread was stale, the grok's meat tough, the corpse starch stew thick and heavy. But he ate regardless, each bite methodical, controlled. As he listened to the reports coming in, the pattern was clear. The Imperium was losing. Entire divisions wiped out. Entire sectors overrun. Cashin said nothing. He merely ate. And thought. Cashin Vale status page. Age, 14. Race, human, Imperium. Occupation, former Imperial scribe, Adeptus Arbits, psychic aspirant. Stats. Physique, E, 1/20. Dexterity, E, 1/20. Intelligence, F, 9.2/10. Wisdom, F, 9/10. Affinity, F, 8.6/10. Perks. Adaptive Physiology. Precision Refinement. Skills. Lexicon Proficiency Level 12. Melee Weapon Proficiency Level 18. Physical Conditioning Level 42. Hand-to-hand Combat Level 28. Firearms Proficiency Level 35. Mental Discipline Level 1. Telepathy Level 1. Chapter 22, Knowledge in Blood and Fire. The sky bled. Thick, churning clouds painted in crimson and black swirled above the hive, twisting in unnatural patterns. It had started slowly, just a faint red hue on the horizon, a trick of the light, people had said. Now there was no denying it. The world itself was changing, warping under the weight of something unseen. Cashin barely paid it any mind. The streets felt wrong. The ferrocrete under his boots had a slight give to it, as if it were no longer solid but something soft, pulsing. In the distance, a structure collapsed, sending dust and debris rolling through the hive like a slow-moving tide. The people left outside had long stopped screaming. Now, they only whispered prayers under their breath. He passed a group of civilians huddled against a wall, their hands clasped together in silent worship. A few wore the robes of the ecclesiarchy, their voices hoarse from hours of chanting. Pleading. "The Emperor protects," they murmured. Cashin didn't stop. He had learned the truth long ago: faith alone wouldn't save anyone. His destination loomed ahead, the Arbit's archives. Massive, reinforced, untouched by the decay outside. The Arbits did not yield. Their bastions did not crumble. Even as the hive rotted, even as reality twisted, the iron grip of imperial law remained unbroken. For now. Cashin reached into his belt and pulled out his credentials. The Arbit's seal gleamed under the cold lumen lights, stamped with his authorization sigil. The guard on the left scanned it, verifying the data. A brief nod. No words exchanged. The iron gates groaned as they swung open. Inside, the air was colder. Massive shelves stretched into the gloom, stacked with tomes, ancient parchment, and glowing data slates containing centuries of law, history, and evidence. The scent of old books mixed with the sharp tang of machine oil. Cashin adjusted the grip on his belt. He had come searching for clues. Not on criminals, not on cults, not on lawbreakers. On psyker abilities. He didn't expect to find anything outright. The Imperium was notoriously secretive about such knowledge. If psykers were the most dangerous threat to humanity, then keeping information about them under strict control was a necessity. But there had to be something. Some trace, some record, perhaps hidden in old Arbit's case files, buried in underworld dealings, confiscated materials, ancient parchments from forgotten trials. Anything that hinted at how psykers functioned, how they were controlled. Even rumors. He moved through the archives, scanning the cataloging system. Criminal records. Seized contraband. Underworld deals, black market evidence, smuggling operations. He schemed past those. Then something caught his eye. A section marked Imperial Sanctioned Assets. His brow furrowed. That was unusual. He moved closer, running his fingers over the engraved lettering. The title alone was vague. It could mean anything: special operatives, classified materials, Arbits-controlled informants. But when he pulled the first tome from the shelf and opened it, his breath caught. Psykers. Cashin flipped the pages, his eyes scanning the dense script. Not just any psykers. Sanctioned psykers. Records of their existence, their classifications, their training, even how they were deployed. He pulled another book free. Then another. Why was this here? The Arbits were not the Scholastica Psychona. They did not train psykers. They did not regulate them beyond handing them over to the black ships for processing. So why would their archives contain this? Cashin exhaled, flipping through the records. The answer came quickly. Psykers were criminals. Or at least, that was how the Imperium treated them. Unregistered psykers were some of the most dangerous individuals in existence. Their very presence risked warp corruption, demonic possession, or worse. For that reason, the Arbits had long been on the front lines of hunting them down. The archives contained interrogation records, trial notes, execution reports. Detailed accounts of how the Arbits had found, detained, and judged psykers throughout Imperial history. But it didn't stop there. Some psykers were not executed. Some were kept. Requisitioned. Used. That was why these records existed. The Imperium did not waste resources, not even its most dangerous ones. While the black ships took most psykers for the Golden Throne, others were deemed useful to certain branches of Imperial law enforcement. Cashin turned the page, scanning the list. Some were trained for warfare. Battle psykers, sanctioned for use by the Astra Militarum. Others were assigned to the Inquisition, becoming interrogators, sanctioned mind readers, or tools of coercion. And then there were the lesser-known ones. The psykers used for investigation. A slow chill crept up Cashin's spine. It made sense. The Arbits dealt with the worst of humanity: murderers, heretics, cultists, corruption at the highest levels. Psykers, if trained properly, were perfect tools for detecting lies, uncovering hidden truths, and rooting out treachery before it could spread. That meant the Imperium had methods. Methods for training psykers to resist corruption, to use their abilities without succumbing to the warp's influence. Cashin flipped another page. Techniques. Mental disciplines. Anchors. The text described strict training regimens, brutal, uncompromising. Methods to ensure a psyker's will was strong enough to withstand the horrors of the immaterium. He read through them carefully. Psykers did not generate their own power. They drew it from the warp, channeling it through their minds and bodies. The danger was always there if they lost focus. If they held on to power for too long, the warp would see them. And that was death. Or worse. The training methods were meant to counter that. Mental anchors. A phrase, a belief, a core truth to hold onto. Something that grounded the mind in reality. Breathing techniques. Rhythmic, controlled, preventing panic, preventing fear. Discipline. The absolute certainty that failure meant oblivion. Cashin let the book rest in his hands. These techniques weren't just theoretical. They were being used. Right now. Somewhere in the Imperium, sanctioned psykers were learning these very same methods. He had expected rumors. Fragments. Whispers. Instead, he had found a blueprint. His fingers tightened around the book. This was more than he had hoped for. This was a path forward. Cashin closed his eyes. That meant there was more here. Not just information on sanctioned psykers, but on rogue psykers. Heretics. Witches. How they were caught. How they were broken. His fingers curled against the pages. The Imperium had turned their fear of psykers into law. But they still needed them. Even as they executed thousands, they still used the ones they could control. They needed power. Cashin exhaled slowly, flipping back to where he left off. Discipline. If he wanted to survive, he needed to master control. The Imperium had methods. Mental anchors. Breathing techniques. Mantras. A mantra. Something personal. Something to hold onto. Not just empty words. Not some childish declaration. He closed his eyes, fingers tapping against the table. What did he believe in? Not the Emperor. Not faith. Not the Imperium. He believed in himself. His breath steadied. His voice was barely a whisper. My mind is my own. No one else gets to use it. Not the Imperium. Not the warp. Not anything. He opened his eyes. The words still lingered in the air, like a promise. A warning. A truth. Cashin exhaled one last time. There was still much to learn. Cashin exhaled slowly, the air in the archive chamber cool against his skin. He ran a hand through his hair, staring down at the old tome resting on the lectern. He tapped his fingers against the lectern, scanning the aged script. It was nothing complex, just basic exercises meant to keep a sanctioned psyker from losing their mind or spontaneously combusting from warp exposure. Nothing fancy. Probably meant for psykers attached to Imperial forces, the kind barely trusted enough to breathe the same air as normal people. He hesitated for a second, then rolled his shoulders and straightened his stance. He could waste time doubting or he could test it. Cashin closed his eyes. My mind is my own. The words settled in his head like a weight, not dramatic, not some grand declaration of defiance against the warp or fate or whatever nonsense the ecclesiarchy preached. Just a reminder. His mind belonged to him. No one else. Not the Imperium. Not the warp. Not some unseen force dictating his life. His breathing slowed. The book had described a technique, something simple, something even the most feeble-brained sanctioned psyker could handle. Breathe in, hold, exhale. Count. Feel the rhythm of it, let it stabilize. The warp didn't respond to panic, to mindless thrashing. It responded to control. A strange sensation tingled at the edges of his perception, like standing at the shore of an unseen ocean. He could feel it, not in a way he could properly describe, but it was there. A pressure, a presence, something vast and shifting. Warp energy. He reached for it. Carefully. Not like before, when instinct and adrenaline had taken over, when power had surged through him in moments of desperation. This was deliberate. A slow, controlled pull. It was like trying to cup water in his hands. The energy slipped, wavered, resisted. He adjusted his focus, picturing it flowing into him, not as a flood but as a thin, steady stream. His body tensed, muscles locking up for a brief second as the connection solidified. His skin prickled. His pulse hammered in his ears. And then, he felt it. Minds. Dozens of them. The presence of other people within the precinct fortress, the flickering pulses of thought and emotion spread across the archives and beyond. It wasn't clear, not yet, more like hearing muffled voices through thick walls. He inhaled, grounding himself, testing his reach. A mind flickered at the edge of his senses, one of the Arbit's officers, stationed near the entrance. Cashin latched onto the presence, trying to push deeper. Thoughts slipped past him like grains of sand, too quick to grasp. He focused harder, forcing himself to listen. Nothing. Again. Still nothing. His jaw clenched. He could feel the mind. It was right there. Why couldn't he? Then, just for a moment, something clicked. A thought surfaced. Brief, fleeting. A surge of worry, buried beneath a layer of cold discipline. Not fear of chaos, not quite. Something smaller, more human, anxiety about the unrest brewing outside, about what might come next. Cashin exhaled sharply, the connection breaking. His head ached, a dull throb settling behind his temples. He rolled his shoulders, stretching out the stiffness creeping into his muscles. That had been difficult. More than difficult. The amount of effort for just a glimpse, a single surface thought, it was frustrating. But he had done it. His fingers curled slightly. He glanced back at the book, the yellowed pages holding nothing but simple instructions. These techniques were supposed to be basic, meant for barely competent psykers under heavy scrutiny. And even that had taken everything he had. He leaned back against the lectern, letting out a slow breath. It wasn't enough. He needed more control. More refinement. If this was what it took to skim a thought from an unaware officer, then what hope did he have of doing anything meaningful with these abilities? Cashin rubbed his temple, then straightened. He wasn't done. Not yet. But it was a start. Chapter 23, The Ties That Bind. The precinct was breaking. Not in the way that buildings collapse or machines fail, it was breaking in spirit. The air reeked of exhaustion, of men and women running on fumes, of desperation held together by duty and blind faith. The chaos outside the walls had begun seeping in, filling the spaces between patrols, between shifts, between the moments when an Arbit's officer stopped to think. Cashin didn't stop to think. He moved through the corridors with purpose, weaving past enforcers too busy to care, past clerks hammering at data slates, past the stink of recaf and blood and unwashed bodies. No one spoke unless necessary. Words were a luxury in times like these. When he reached Legate Commander Varys' office, he didn't wait for an invitation. He stepped in, shut the door behind him, and stood at attention. Varys barely glanced up from his terminal. The man looked worse than before, new bruises, fresh lines of exhaustion, a grim set to his jaw. He shoved a data slate across the desk. Read it. Cashin picked it up. His eyes moved quickly, scanning the content. This wasn't just a minor cult investigation. A planetary governor's aide had vanished 2 days ago. Officially, he was merely missing. Unofficially, the Arbits had reason to believe he was taken. The last records placed him in a trade guild-controlled sector, a known hub for smuggling, bribes, and backdoor dealings. But that wasn't what caught Cashin's attention. Buried in the report, attached to the aide's last communication logs, was a single word. Ascension. His grip on the slate tightened. That wasn't a business term. That wasn't some code for mundane corruption. That was code language. Varys rubbed his temples. You see why we don't have time for protocol. Cashin set the slate down. Who else knows? No one. Varys exhaled sharply. We don't have the manpower to pull bodies off the front lines for an investigation, and if we make a move with Arbit's forces, it'll tip them off. We need to handle this quietly. Cashin understood immediately. Off the books. Varys gave a short nod. You find out what happened. If he's still alive, recover him. If it's a cult, get proof. His expression darkened. If they're preparing for ascension, we burn them. The implication was clear. This wasn't an investigation. It was a prelude to extermination. Cashin didn't hesitate. I'll need outside information. Varys waved him off. Do what you need to do. Joran was exactly where Cashin expected him to be, a dingy backroom in the depths of the Underhive, a smoke-filled hideout where laborers, criminals, and survivors gathered for a few moments of respite before returning to the hell outside. Cashin pushed through the door, ignoring the stink of old amasek and burnt lho sticks. Joran was at his usual table, nursing a drink that smelled like engine degreaser with a kick. When he saw Cashin, he sighed. "You look like shit." Cashin sat across from him. "Busy day?" Joran smirked. "You, my friend, are the only man in this hive who keeps getting promoted without realizing it." Cashin didn't smile. He placed the data slate between them and tapped it once. "Need your eyes on this." Joran glanced down, his casual demeanor slipping the moment he saw the contents. He muttered something under his breath. Something bitter. Something tired. "Shit." He ran a hand over his face. "You always bring me the fun jobs." Cashin leaned forward slightly. "Talk to me." Joran exhaled, taking a slow sip of his drink before speaking. "I've heard the name. Ascension. It's been floating around the lower levels for weeks. People talk about it like it's a miracle. A way out." He shook his head. "Problem is, no one ever says what it actually is. Just that it's coming soon." Cashin processed that. "A lure. Where do they operate?" Joran sighed. "There's an old aquapumping station near the Underhive tunnels. Officially, it's abandoned. Unofficially." He tapped his fingers against the table. "People go in, and they don't come back. I've had workers vanish after looking for better pay. A couple gangers, too." Cashin's gaze was steady. "How dangerous?" Joran huffed. "Do you ever ask me for safe jobs?" Cashin didn't answer. Joran set his glass down and met his eyes. "Listen to me, Cass. You're walking into something big. This ain't just some backroom cult. They've got money, power, reach. If they're bold enough to snatch a governor's aide, then either they're stupid. Or they're protected," Cashin finished. Joran nodded grimly. Cashin took a breath. "I'm going in." Joran stared at him for a long moment, then muttered something under his breath. "You're a mad bastard." Cashin didn't say anything to that. Joran shook his head, exhaling. "Try not to die." The Underhive swallowed sound. Cashin moved like a shadow, weaving through the filth-choked corridors of the abandoned aquapumping station. Pipes groaned above him, gushing lukewarm, recycled water through unseen veins. The air stank of rust and mold, but beneath that copper, the thick, unmistakable scent of blood. His lead was thin. Joran had only given him a name and a location. That was it. No warnings, no details, just enough to tell him where to start dying. Cashin wasn't planning on dying. He pressed his back against a corroded bulkhead, inhaling slow, controlled breaths. His mind drifted not outward, not yet. He focused inward. Breathe in. Hold. Release. The words of his mantra burned into his thoughts. My mind is my own. My mind is my own. The warp stirred like a predator in the dark, eager to sink its claws into his soul. He didn't let it. Instead, he grasped only the edges of its power, not enough to drown, just enough to listen. The world shifted. Minds flickered in the dark. Close. Too close. He caught glimpses, twisted thoughts, hunger, rage. The men who prowled these tunnels weren't just thugs. They craved bloodshed. Not for money. Not for power. For the joy of it. Cashin clenched his jaw and let the warp slip away. The pressure in his skull eased, but it left behind a dull, throbbing ache. No time to rest. Move. He slipped between rusted support beams, stepping where the metal was dry. Wet patches meant noise. Noise meant death. Ahead, a pair of sentinels stood guard at a collapsed corridor. Scarred men in scavenged flak, their skin marked with old wounds that hadn't healed right. They weren't just standing idly, they were tense, eyes scanning the dark. They knew someone was watching. Cashin slowed his breathing. He couldn't sneak past them, not without making noise. And he couldn't afford to fight. Another way. He reached out. Not too much. Not too deep. His mind brushed against the nearest man's thoughts. Not enough to break in, not enough to control, just enough to whisper. A flicker of sound in the man's ear. A footstep. Behind him. The sentinel stiffened, whirling around, weapon raised. His partner frowned. What? I heard something. Cashin moved. silent, precise. He slipped past them, each step perfectly placed as they scanned the wrong direction. The warp pulsed in his skull, eager to be used again. He ignored it. The next room was wrong. The walls were lined with rusted pipes, but some weren't pipes. Some were bone. Cashin stepped carefully, keeping to the edges. The floor was slick, not with water. A corpse lay in the center of the room. Fresh. The body had been ripped apart, not just killed. Cashin didn't stop moving. Don't look. Don't think. Another hallway. Narrower. The air warmer. He wasn't alone. He felt the mind before he saw the body a presence. Heavy, pulsing, filled with bloodlust. Cashin pressed himself into the shadows. The figure moved past him, a brute in patchwork armor, a cleaver hanging from his belt. His head twitched slightly, as if sensing something but not quite. Cashin's mind strained. He whispered into the man's thoughts. Keep walking. Keep moving. Nothing is here. The brute's gaze drifted away. Cashin exhaled, his lungs burning. Too much. That was too much. His nose bled. He wiped it away and pressed on. The chamber at the heart of the pumping station was lit with fire. Cashin crouched on the walkway above, peering down into the gathering. A dozen men, no, more. All armed. All marked with scars, crude carvings, old wounds that had never fully healed. At the center stood one man. Not the strongest. Not the biggest. But the most dangerous. Cashin could feel it. This one was different. Not a grunt. A leader. Cashin's mind burned. He forced himself to focus. One chance. No mistakes. He reached out. This time, he didn't whisper. This time, he dug. Pain seared through his skull. The man's mind was a battlefield. But Cashin was used to pain. Memories slammed into him, rituals, hidden tunnels, names whispered in darkness. The cult's next move. Their target. And then the man felt him. Their eyes met. Cashin wrenched himself free. The leader snarled, eyes flaring with recognition. Cashin was already running. The first gunshot rang out before his foot even hit the walkway. A crude autogun roared, sparks flying as bullets slammed into rusted metal. Too slow. Too heavy. He twisted, flinging himself sideways. The impact sent him rolling, shoulder slamming into a support beam. A heartbeat later, the spot where he'd been standing exploded into shrapnel. The cultists howled. They had him. He wasn't going to fight them. He wasn't stupid. Cashin ran. A narrow gangway stretched before him, its edges rusted through. It wouldn't hold long. No choice. He sprinted across, ignoring the groan of metal beneath him. A second later, a cultist barreled after him. Cashin reached out, not to him, but to his mind. Just a whisper. Just enough to plant doubt. The bridge is breaking. The man hesitated, eyes flicking down. Just for a second. It was enough. Cashin jumped. The gangway collapsed. The cultist fell, screaming, as metal and flesh hit the sludge below. No time to celebrate. Cashin landed hard, pain ripping through his ankle. He stumbled, caught himself, and kept running. A side tunnel. Narrow. Pitch black. He plunged into it, his breath coming fast and ragged. Footsteps pounded behind him. More than one. They were fast. Cashin's vision swam. His head pounded. His nose was still bleeding, his mind was too raw to try another push. Keep going. Just keep moving. The tunnel twisted, sloping downward. The air grew wetter, heavier. Somewhere ahead, a new sound. Water. A drainage shaft. Cashin gritted his teeth. He didn't have time to think. He threw himself forward into the dark. Cold. The world vanished. Cashin hit water hard. The impact knocked the air from his lungs, his body seizing as the current pulled him under. Not like this. He kicked. He clawed his way up, lungs burning, darkness pressing in. His fingers found something jagged, metal, a broken pipe. Hold. Climb. Breathe. His head broke the surface. He sucked in air, then bit down, a scream as pain flared through his ribs. Cracked. Maybe broken. But he was alive. Above, Voices shouted. Flashlights swept the tunnel walls. But the current had already carried him too far. They wouldn't find him. Not today. Cashin dragged himself onto a crumbling maintenance ledge. His whole body shook. His ribs ached. His limbs felt like lead. He lay there, staring up at the ceiling. The sounds of the cultists faded. For now, he was safe. But it had cost him. His head still throbbed. His mind felt raw, stripped bare. Using his powers so much, so fast it wasn't just painful. It was dangerous. He closed his eyes. His mantra came unbidden, a whisper in the dark. My mind is my own. My mind is my own. His fingers curled into a fist. He'd won. He had the information. Chapter 24, The Crimson Omen. Cashin trudged through the corridors of the Arbit's precinct, exhaustion sinking into his bones like a dead weight. The air was thick with the scent of disinfectant, blood, and burnt ozone from overworked power units. His knee throbbed with every step, the dull ache pulsing up his leg, but he gritted his teeth and kept moving. Through narrow windows lining the halls, the outside world looked wrong. The sky had darkened to a deep, bruised crimson, as if some great wound had torn through reality itself. The hive's spires stood like jagged black fangs against the swirling clouds, and in the distance, faint streaks of lightning flickered without sound. Shadows stretched too far, buildings loomed at odd angles, and something in the air, some barely perceptible wrongness, made the skin on his arms prickle. Cashin exhaled sharply. He noticed. He understood what it meant. But he wasn't about to dwell on it. One thing at a time. First, the wounds. Then, the report. The infirmary door hissed open, revealing a cramped, sterile space filled with the low hum of medical machinery. Medici officers moved between cots, tending to injured Arbits with practiced efficiency. Some wounds were minor burns, cuts, bruises. Others were catastrophic. A man lay nearby, chest wrapped in thick bandages, his breath ragged as he stared blankly at the ceiling. Cashin ignored the sight and sat on the nearest empty cot. A Medici approached him, a woman in her late 30s, her uniform crisp but stained with dried blood. She had the kind of weary, sharp-eyed look that only came from patching up men who rarely lived long enough to thank her. She took one glance at him and snorted. You look like you lost a fight with a servitor. Cashin huffed, his lips curling slightly. It was worse. She crouched beside him, fingers pressing against the swollen tissue around his knee. A spike of pain shot up his leg, but he barely flinched. Deep bruising, she muttered. No fracture. You're lucky. Feels like shit. She grabbed an injector from her belt and pressed it against his thigh. A cold numbness spread through the joint almost immediately. This'll keep you moving. Stimulant, too. She handed him a second dose. Take it when you feel yourself slowing down. Cashin rolled the vial between his fingers. Side effects? She gave him a flat look. It's a combat stim. You'll feel like your heart's about to explode, and you'll crash like a dying star in a few hours. But if you're still alive by then, I doubt you'll complain. He nodded, slipping it into his pocket. She continued tending to his smaller wounds, cleaning, sealing, wrapping where needed. The routine nature of it, the familiarity of being stitched together and sent back into the fray, almost felt normal. But nothing about this situation was normal. The sky outside was red. The air was thick with something unseen, something clawing at the edges of perception. The hive was changing. Cashin flexed his hands, pushing the thought aside. Not his problem. Not yet. You should rest, the Medici muttered, standing. But you won't, will you? He exhaled, shaking his head. No. She snorted. Didn't think so. Without another word, he stood and walked out. Vale's office was dimly lit, the glow of a single lumen casting shadows against the walls. The precinct's power grid was overworked, lights flickered, data slates buzzed with static before stabilizing. Through the narrow window, the red sky loomed, staining the room in its eerie glow. Cashin stepped inside, shutting the door behind him. Vale sat at his desk, his expression unreadable as he schemed through a data slate. He barely looked up. You're late. Cashin dropped into the chair opposite him, his body aching as he settled into the seat. I'm injured. Vale finally met his gaze, sharp eyes scanning him. How bad? I'll live. Vale nodded, setting the slate aside. Report. Cashin exhaled, rubbing his temple before speaking. The 8 is alive. They're keeping him for a ritual, some kind of mass blood sacrifice. He's a key component. Vale's jaw tightened. Their timeline. Cashin shook his head. Soon. Sooner than expected. The cult is moving fast. They think the stars are aligning, or some other bullshit. His tone was flat, but the weight of it settled between them like lead. Vale leaned back, his fingers steepling. Outside, the sky pulsed, shifting unnaturally, as if the air itself had become liquid. Cashin noticed the brief flicker of tension in Vale's expression, the way his gaze flicked to the window before returning to the matter at hand. Neither of them acknowledged it. There was no point. Instead, Vale's voice came low, firm. Then we act now. Cashin nodded. The world was falling apart. But he had a plan. And that was all that mattered. The Arbits advanced with grim precision, boots crunching against the stained streets. Their formation was tight, shields locked in place, shotguns primed. Cashin moved among them, his grip firm on his weapon, his mind already dissecting the battlefield. The sky overhead burned crimson, shifting unnaturally as if the heavens themselves recoiled from what lay ahead. The manufactorum loomed before them, its towering rusted walls defiled with crude symbols of blood and filth. The air was thick with rot, the scent of slaughter clinging to the damp hive air. It had been too quiet. Then the war horn sounded. The cultists came as a tide bursting from cover, screaming their devotion, autoguns flashing in the dark. Muzzle flashes lit their twisted forms, bodies covered in crude armor, faces marked with scars and ritual carvings. They weren't rabble. They fought with a brutal efficiency that spoke of training, of purpose. Cashin dropped to a crouch, leveling his shotgun as the Arbits countered. Shields slammed forward, forming an unbreakable wall of ceramite. The Arbits fired in disciplined bursts, their combat drills flawless. The first wave of cultists collapsed in a heap of torn flesh and shattered bone. Cashin tracked a movement to his right, 3 figures flanking, weaving through the debris. He turned and fired, the shotgun's recoil slamming against his shoulder. The first man's chest erupted in gore. The second staggered but kept moving. Cashin ducked as a blade swung past his neck. He felt the air split as it carved inches from his throat. He pivoted, ramming the butt of his shotgun into the attacker's gut before slamming his knife upward into their ribs. A wet gasp. Blood sprayed against his uniform. Another movement, his body reacted before his mind caught up. A club came down. Cashin rolled, barely avoiding his skull being split open. The cultist bellowed, raising the weapon again. Cashin surged forward, jamming the barrel of his shotgun against the man's sternum. He fired. The cultist folded inward, dead before he hit the ground. Cashin exhaled sharply, scanning the battlefield. The Arbits were holding, but only barely. The cultists fought with maddened intensity, throwing themselves into the shields, uncaring of their own lives. And then Cashin felt it. A sniper. His mind screamed before the shot rang out. He moved not consciously, but instinctually. The round zipped past his head, close enough that he felt the heat. If he had reacted a fraction of a second later, it would have taken his skull off. He turned sharply. There, a rooftop, 4 levels up. The sniper was already adjusting, preparing for another shot. Cashin's grip on his weapon tightened. He had no clear shot. He could call it out, but the Arbits were too engaged in the melee. He made a choice. And he paid for it instantly. The moment he reached out with his mind, it was like shoving his skull into a furnace. Pain tore through his nerves, white-hot agony lancing down his spine. His vision blurred, his body shaking violently. But he reached the sniper. Cashin didn't need to control him. He didn't need to read his thoughts. He just needed to twist them. For a split second, the sniper's perception fractured. His mind snapped sideways, unable to recognize left from right, up from down. The cultist twitched. His fingers slipped. His rifle discharged wild, uncontrolled. Cashin collapsed to one knee, gasping, his breath ragged. Blood dripped from his nose, his body convulsing from the sheer strain. That was it. He couldn't do that again. Ever. But it had worked. The sniper was vulnerable now. An Arbit spotted him one precise bolter shot, and the cultist's head was gone. Cashin forced himself upright. His muscles screamed, but he didn't stop. The battle wasn't over. They breached the inner sanctum with brutal efficiency. A repressor transport roared forward, its dozer blade slamming into the manufactorum doors, sending them crumbling inward. Grenades followed smoke and frags, the concussive blasts rolling through the chamber. The Arbits surged in, their movements coordinated, executing the cultists with practiced ruthlessness. Cashin moved through the chaos, keeping his steps precise, methodical. The interior of the manufactorum was worse than he expected. Blood pooled in the corners, flesh hung from rusted hooks. Ritual markings stained the walls, pulsating as though alive. In the center of the room, bound to a rusted chair, was the aide. The man was ruined. His face was gaunt, eyes wide and trembling. His body twitched violently, as if something unseen still clung to his skin. Cashin stepped forward. The moment the aide saw him, he started laughing. A wet, broken sound. "They see me," he whispered. Cashin remained still. "Who?" The aide grinned, his teeth stained red. "They see me. They whisper. They promise. The red coronation." Cashin's stomach tightened. That meant something. He didn't press, didn't force the man to explain. He listened. The aide's grin stretched wider. His voice dropped to a whisper. "The Blood King is coming." Cashin exhaled. His pulse was steady, but the weight of those words settled over him like a noose. Vale stepped in, bolter raised. "We purge this place. Now." Cashin barely heard him. His gaze flickered to the altar behind the aide. Carved symbols, deep into metal, fresh, glistening, unfinished. Not a simple sacrifice. A summoning. Cashin inhaled. Things just got more complicated. Chapter 25, The Gathering Storm. Well, here is a bonus chapters. Thanks for the overwhelming support, guys. The War Council chamber deep within the Arbits precinct was a monolithic structure of steel and stone, its walls lined with Gothic engravings of imperial law and order. At the center of the vast room stood a cold adamantium table, surrounded by the highest-ranking figures of the Hive world. The air was tense, suffocating even. Arbitrator Gideon Roth sat at the head of the table, his black carapace armor gleaming under the flickering lumen strips. His face was grim, lined with years of unflinching duty. The weight of this crisis pressed against him like a vice, but he refused to let it show. The Hive was dying, and the men and women in this room would decide its fate. The others sat in rigid silence, their expressions hard, their gazes cold. Canoness Callista Vane of the Adeptus Sororitas sat to his right, clad in her black and gold power armor, the faint hum of its servos the only sign of movement. She was unreadable, her eyes sharp and unyielding. Beside her, General Henrik Voss, commander of the Hive's Astra Militarum regiments, exhaled sharply, his uniform crisp but his posture exhausted. To Roth's left, Archmagos Danekel of the Adeptus Mechanicus remained eerily still, his red robes concealing the majority of his cybernetic form. His augmented optics flickered as he processed the data scrolling across the internal cogitators in his cranial unit. Across the table, Lord Halix Varens, the Hive's noble governor, sat stiffly, his fine robe slightly disheveled, his usual arrogance now tinged with a growing unease. The hololithic projector flickered to life, casting a jagged, blood-red map of the Hive onto the table. Symbols marked critical locations, some blinking yellow, others solid red. The red ones were lost. Roth leaned forward. "We are losing." The words hung in the air like a death sentence. "Half my battalions are gone," General Voss muttered. "Entire districts have fallen silent. Not taken. Not occupied. Silent." Archmagos Danekel's optics pulsed. "Current projections estimate full system-wide collapse within 5.6 standard weeks unless countermeasures are implemented." Lord Varens paled. "Collapse? You're saying the entire Hive will fall?" "Not just the Hive," Roth said darkly. "The planet." Silence. The canoness spoke, her voice steady, resolute. "Exterminatus." Varens slammed his fist against the table. "Are you mad? This is one of the Imperium's most vital Hive worlds. Its industry, its manpower. Means nothing if it is damned," Callista interrupted coldly. "If chaos has rooted itself too deeply, this world must be purged." Voss rubbed his temple, exhaustion clear in his expression. "Let's not throw everything away just yet. We still have soldiers in the field. We can fight. We just need reinforcements." Roth turned to him. "And where will they come from?" Voss hesitated. Roth continued, his voice hard. "Terra is silent. The astropaths have stopped receiving transmissions. No response from the segmentum command. No response from any fleet patrols. He exhaled sharply. We are alone. The reality settled over them like a suffocating weight. Archmagos Danekel spoke, his voice a mechanized rasp. Communications blackout is indicative of external interference. Probability of warp-based disruption, high. The warp, Voss muttered. Roth clenched his jaw. Something is coming. We are not dealing with mere heretics anymore. We are dealing with something far worse. Varens shook his head, still refusing to accept the full implications. And what exactly are you suggesting? That we fight a war we cannot win? That we wait for something even worse to descend upon us? Callista narrowed her eyes. We fight until there is nothing left. That is the duty of the faithful. And what of those who are not faithful? Varens snapped. The civilians? The workers? Are we to let them all burn? They will burn regardless if we do not act, Roth said. The only question is whether we burn with them. Voss exhaled, rubbing a hand over his face. We need a plan. Roth nodded. We do. His eyes flicked across the room. We reinforce the central precincts. We consolidate what forces we have left. The Hive's outer districts are already lost, but if we can hold the core, we might buy ourselves time. And if time is all we buy? Callista asked. Then we use it wisely, Roth said. Another silence. Then, the Archmagos twitched slightly, his internal cogitators whirring. One additional factor must be considered. Ritualized activity has increased exponentially in the lower spires. Patterns suggest a coordinated effort. Unknown objective. A summoning, Callista said immediately. Voss tensed. Throne, are you saying they're trying to bring something here? The canoness expression was unreadable. Not just something. Her eyes darkened. Someone. The implication sent a chill through the room. Varens leaned forward. Are you telling me a Chaos Champion is coming to this world? No one spoke. But the silence was an answer in itself. Roth stood. Then we do not wait for them to come to us. His voice was iron. We go to them first. Callista met his gaze. War, then. War. Voss sighed heavily and rose from his seat. The Emperor protects. The meeting was over. The storm had begun. Arbitrator Gideon Roth sat alone in his dimly lit office, the weight of command pressing down on him like a millstone around his neck. His body ached, fatigue clawing at his mind, his limbs heavy with exhaustion. The War Council meeting had drained what little energy remained in him, but there was no rest for men like him. Not in times like these. A bottle of amass sat untouched on his desk. He hadn't even bothered pouring a glass. What good would it do? The world outside was crumbling, and all the liquor in the Imperium wouldn't make that truth any easier to bear. His office was cluttered with data slates, stacks of parchment, and cogitator printouts detailing the slow, agonizing death of the Hive. Reports of Arbit's precincts overrun. Supply lines cut. Entire districts vanishing, not just falling silent, but being erased, as if they had never existed. And then, there was the void black silence from the stars. No word from Terra. No word from Segmentum Command. No response from any fleet. The warp was choked with interference, transmissions distorted, voices lost in an abyss. And worse, no ships were leaving. That was the part that unnerved him the most. It wasn't just the Hive, it was the entire planetary cluster. No ships had successfully left orbit in weeks. Vessels that attempted to breach the atmosphere simply disappeared. The Mechanics called it a warp anomaly. The Sisters called it a divine test. The nobles called it sabotage. Roth didn't care what it was called. He only cared that they were trapped here. The thought made his stomach churn, but he forced it down. He was an arbitrator. The law of the Emperor incarnate. He would not break. His tired eyes drifted to the data slate before him. He exhaled, steeling himself, and turned his attention to the only thing left to do, work. The slate flickered to life, displaying a dossier stamped with the twin seals of the Adeptus Arbits and the Adeptus Mechanicus. The project's designation was sterile, clinical, mimetic cognition augmentation trial. A fancy way of saying we are playing with fire. The virus was unlike any disease known to the Imperium. It didn't kill, didn't ravage the body, it rewrote the mind itself. A cognitive parasite, latching onto the infected's thoughts, sharpening them, reshaping them. Those who underwent exposure exhibited near photographic memory, heightened pattern recognition, and vastly accelerated cognitive function. But there was a cost. Knowledge became a hunger. Those afflicted craved information not just in a way that a scholar might seek understanding, but with an insatiable, desperate need. They would devour every text, every report, every fragment of data they could find, unable to stop themselves. And in the Imperium, not all knowledge is safe. Most subjects were quarantined after exposure, deemed high risk for eventual corruption. They wanted to know things they shouldn't. They asked the wrong questions. And so, every arbit who volunteered for the procedure was pulled from active duty, locked away in Mechanicus facilities for monitoring. Most never came back. Yet, they still needed more subjects. A list of new applicants awaited his approval, each name accompanied by a detailed background check. Roth sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose, and began scanning through them, mindlessly rejecting most. Too undisciplined. Too reckless. Too weak-willed. Too valuable to be wasted. And then, his eyes landed on a name. Cassian Vale. Roth paused. For a moment, he tried to recall where he had heard that name before. And then, he remembered. It had been weeks ago. Another time. Another life. A lowly scribe had stood before him, his posture rigid, his expression carefully neutral, but Roth had seen the gears turning behind his eyes. The Imperium categorizes chaos-infested worlds in stages. A simple lesson. A reminder of the reality they lived in. Most men would have listened. Most men would have accepted the knowledge at face value and moved on. But not Cassian. Roth had seen something in him then. A sharp mind. A hunger for understanding. He was a survivor not through strength, not through faith, but through sheer, unrelenting competence. And now? Now his name sat before Roth, buried among dozens of others, requesting admittance into a project designed to sharpen the mind into a weapon. Roth leaned back in his chair, exhaling slowly. He is competent. He is useful. And he is expendable. Loyalty? That didn't matter. No one who underwent the procedure would ever be placed back into service. The moment Cassian walked into that Mechanicus facility, he was as good as dead. Roth's thumb hovered over the approval stamp. He wouldn't survive. But if he did? A thought whispered at the edge of his mind. What could a mind like that become? His hand came down. Stamp. Cassian Vale was approved. Roth set the slate down, sighing deeply, but his respite was short-lived. Another report flashed onto his desk, a new briefing from his intelligence officers. Cult activity has reached unprecedented levels. Rituals in the lower hive are escalating. Symbolic patterns suggest a greater purpose. He frowned, scanning the details. His mind, still sharp despite his exhaustion, began piecing the puzzle together. Something bigger was happening. He had thought the cults were simply spreading like a plague, devouring the hive district by district. But this wasn't mindless destruction. This was preparation. The markings. The patterns of the attacks. The silence from the warp. The ships unable to leave. And then, something clicked. His breath hitched. No. His eyes darted across the reports, desperately searching for confirmation. He found it in the patterns drawn in blood, in the whispers recorded from dying cultists, in the frantic notes of the few sanctioned psykers still alive in the hive. They weren't just spreading. They weren't just killing. They were building something. Not a fortress. Not a rebellion. A stage. A world-sized altar. His throat went dry. If he was right, if this was what he thought it was, then they weren't dealing with a simple planetary insurrection. They were looking at ascension. Not just a champion. Not just a warlord. A threshold. A crossing point. The thought sent a shudder through him. Throne. He reached for the amass bottle, hesitated, then pulled his hand away. No. There was no time for weakness. No time for despair. He straightened, jaw clenched. I will not let this world fall. Not while there was still breath in his lungs. The Emperor's justice would be served. One way or another. Chapter 26, The Path of the Mind. Cassian walked through the hive's upper sectors, his pace steady, his mind already fixated on what lay ahead. The Mechanicus facility loomed in the distance, a monolithic structure of steel and circuitry, rising above the surrounding manufactorums like a fortress of knowledge. The air was thick with pollution, the sky an unnatural, sickly shade of red, a sign of the planet's slow descent into chaos. The signs were subtle but unmistakable. More enforcers prowling the streets. More disappearances. A tension in the air that hadn't been there before. The hive was beginning to rot from within. Not that it mattered. Cashin wasn't here for the hive. He was here for something else. The mimetic virus. A dangerous procedure. A direct rewiring of the mind itself. Once injected, it would tear through his neurons, amplifying his cognition but at a cost. Countless others had taken it before him, only to be reduced to raving, knowledge-starved husks, their minds shattered by the overwhelming thirst for more. Cashin wouldn't end up like them. He had his solution: the adaptive physiology. It would suppress the side effects, ensuring he would take only the benefits. A cold certainty settled in his chest. He reached the Mechanicus facility's armored gates. A pair of red-robed tech priests stood at the entrance, their augmetic eyes scanning him as he approached. One of them stepped forward. His voice was flat, modulated, devoid of emotion. Designation: Cashin Vale. Scheduled for cognitive augmentation. A brief pause. Then a green light flashed on the priest's wrist-mounted cogitator. Proceed. The gates hissed open, revealing the sterile halls of the Mechanicus. The interior was cold, efficient, inhuman. The air smelled of machine oil and sterilized steel. Rows of cogitator banks lined the walls, their screens displaying endless streams of data. Servo skulls drifted overhead, their mechanical eyes scanning the corridors. Cashin barely paid attention. His thoughts were elsewhere. They guided him deeper into the facility, past research chambers and laboratories, until they reached a door marked with the sigils of the Magos biologists. The door slid open. And inside stood a man unlike any Mechanicus priest he had seen before. The Magos biologist was different. Where others of his kind had long abandoned their flesh for metal, this one had preserved his humanity while enhancing it. His form was tall, imposing, unervingly symmetrical. His musculature was enhanced, his skin reinforced with vat-grown augmentations. Mechanized veins pulsed faintly beneath his flesh, laced with biografted circuitry. His hands were still organic, but the fingertips shimmered with embedded neural interfaces. This was not a man who had discarded flesh. This was a man who had perfected it. His head tilted slightly as he studied Cashin, the lumens of his augmetic visor pulsing faintly. Fascinating. You seek the mimetic virus. His voice was different. Not the emotionless monotone of the Mechanicus. It was curious. Measured. There was intent behind it. Cashin met his gaze without hesitation. Yes. The Magos's fingers twitched, a habit, or perhaps an unconscious calibration of his neural augments. A high-risk procedure. I know. Yet you do not hesitate. Cashin remained silent. He didn't need to explain himself. The Magos studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he turned to the cogitator terminal beside him, inputting a command. Cashin stood silently as the Magos biologist and his attendant adepts prepared the machine that would interface with his mind. The air was heavy with incense, its sharp, metallic tang curling through the chamber, mingling with the quiet hum of machinery. Servo skulls floated above, their red lenses flickering as they observed the process. One of the adepts, a robed figure with a mechanical eye that whirred softly with each blink, stepped forward, holding a sensor in his augmetic hand. He swung it slowly, the smoke trailing in deliberate patterns across the cogitators and interfaces. Machine spirit, hear us, the adept intoned in a voice distorted by his vox grill. The others echoed his words in Mechanicus cant, their tones reverent, almost fearful. The Magos biologist raised a slender, mechadendrite-tipped staff and tapped it twice against the metal floor. Cashin tensed as the sound rang out, sharp and cold. Blessed be the Omnissiah, the Magos murmured. May this offering appease the machine spirit. Another adept placed a copper medallion, a worn cog symbol, onto the primary console. Cashin watched as the Magos pressed his hand against the rune-inscribed metal plate beside it. The machine hissed, gears clicking softly, and somewhere deep within its structure, a low vibration began to build. The adepts chanted softly. By the motive force, by the will of the Omnissiah, guide this soul. Cashin swallowed. The tension in the room pressed against his skin. Was this all for show, or did the rites truly matter? In this grim, ancient place, surrounded by machinery that felt more alive than dead, he wasn't sure anymore. The Magos turned to him. The machine spirit is appeased. His mechadendrite pointed to the chair in the center of the room, a cold, metallic thing with cables and wires snaking from its base. Sit. Cashin moved toward the chair, every step feeling heavier than the last. As he lowered himself into place, he heard the Magos whisper one final prayer. May your flesh endure, and may your mind emerge whole. The machine hissed again, and the room fell silent. The surgical chair whirred to life. Restraints clicked into place as Cashin sat, securing his arms and legs with precise, mechanical efficiency. Above him, a series of injectors and neural probes adjusted their alignment, shifting like the limbs of a predatory machine. The Magos moved with practiced ease, calibrating the instruments with a level of familiarity that spoke of experience. He spoke as he worked. I have overseen this augmentation numerous times. Most subjects do not survive intact. A flicker of amusement crossed Cashin's mind. I will. The Magos paused. A soft, static hum escaped his vocal processors. Something close to a laugh. We shall see. The injectors locked into place. And the first needle struck. A flood of knowledge. Cashin's vision blurred. His thoughts shattered and reassembled all at once. The second injection hit. His perception accelerated. Information flooded his mind in impossible detail. His memories once distant, now clear as if he were reliving them. The third injection. And with it the hunger. A creeping, insatiable thirst clawed at his thoughts. Not for food. Not for pleasure. For knowledge. For understanding. Cashin felt it. The same hunger that had consumed the others before him. It whispered at the edges of his mind, urging him to seek, to learn, to unravel, to never stop. His fingers tightened against the restraints. No. Not him. His perc-adaptive physiology reacted to the stimuli. A wave of clarity surged through him. The hunger, the maddening, all-consuming need vanished in an instant. The mimetic virus had taken hold. But Cashin Vale remained Cashin Vale. Cashin's head throbbed, a dull, pulsing ache behind his eyes. The cognition trial had left him raw, his mind feeling stretched thin, sharper, but fragile, like glass under pressure. He leaned against the cold metal table, steadying his breathing. His vision blurred for a moment before snapping into razor focus. Then, the familiar tug. His status shifted. Intelligence upgraded, FE, 17/20. Wisdom upgraded, FE 5/20. Perk selection available. Cashin swallowed, pushing through the haze clouding his thoughts. The options unfolded in his mind, each one weighty in its own right. Intelligence perk selection. Danger sense, unease gnawing at mind. If threats to host is nearby. Cognitor's precision, dulled emotions, allows for logical approach. Calculative synapse, instinctive decisions honed to perfection even in heat of battle. His fingers curled into a fist, nails biting into his palm. Danger sense. Another pulse. A second prompt. Wisdom perk selection. Insightful awareness, enhanced EQ, makes one socially gifted. Tactical acumen, patterns emerge in battle in your eyes. You predict enemy attacks, weakness faster. Resilience, your mind sharpens under pressure and you adapt faster. Cashin took a slow breath, eyes narrowing. Insightful awareness. This time, it was different. Subtle. No grand shift, no sudden understanding, just a quiet widening of perception. The hum of cogitators felt louder. The way Magos biologist shifted on his mechadendrites seemed more telling. The world hadn't changed. He had. Cashin exhaled, steadying himself. When the procedure ended, the Magos did not move for a long time. Cashin opened his eyes, adjusting to the sheer sharpness of his own perception. His thoughts were quicker, clearer, deeper. But he was in control. The Magos leaned in slightly, studying him. Interesting. Cashin sat up, the restraints unlocking automatically. He could feel the intensity of the Magos's gaze. The virus did not take hold as expected. The priest's voice carried something unusual. Not confusion, fascination. Cashin met his gaze with quiet certainty. I adapted. A brief pause. Then a smile. A small, almost imperceptible twitch at the corner of the Magos's mouth. Intriguing. His organic hand flexed, the embedded circuitry pulsing faintly. I will be watching your progress, Cashin Vale. Cashin stood. His mind hummed with newfound power. The Magos continued to watch him. Somewhere, data was being logged, observations recorded. Cashin had become a subject of interest. But he had gained what he came for. And soon he would use it. Cashin sat on the edge of the cot, pressing his fingers against his temple as his thoughts swirled in sharp, distinct layers. It was as if the world had been a smudged painting, and now, suddenly, every brush stroke, every color, every hidden detail had snapped into focus. He could remember everything with clarity, every word he had ever read, every face he had seen. Patterns and connections that had once eluded him now stood out in stark relief. It was intoxicating. And overwhelming. The thirst for knowledge clawed at his mind like a hunger he had never known before. It wasn't a mere curiosity, it was a gnawing, burning need. The mimetic virus had done its work, sharpening his cognition beyond human limits. But he had prepared for this. The adaptive physiology perk from his system had nullified the most dangerous side effects, keeping his mind intact. A hiss of hydraulics broke his thoughts as the door to his chamber slid open. Magos Darius stepped inside, his crimson robes flowing as he moved with eerie precision. Unlike the other Mechanic-Use adepts Cashin had encountered, Darius had not abandoned flesh entirely. His augments were subtle, enhancing rather than replacing. His mechanical fingers flexed naturally, and his eyes, while clearly augmented, retained the depth of human thought. Darius regarded him for a moment before speaking. "You are adjusting well." Cashin exhaled, lowering his hand. "If by adjusting you mean trying not to be overwhelmed by the sheer amount of information my brain is processing, then yes." A faint smile ghosted across Darius' lips. "Such is the price of enlightenment. Most cannot handle it." Cashin met his gaze. "I had precautions." Darius gave an intrigued hum but did not pry further. Instead, he stepped closer. "I have observed your records. A former scribe, yet one who shows remarkable adaptability. You sought this enhancement not out of desperation, but ambition." Cashin said nothing. Darius clasped his hands behind his back. "That is why I am extending an offer. Join the Magos biologists. Your mind is now beyond that of a mere scribe. With study and guidance, you could ascend beyond the limitations of common men." Cashin leaned back slightly, considering the offer. He had expected something like this, but he needed to be sure of what he was stepping into. "If I join," he started, "is it mandatory for me to replace my body with machinery?" Darius tilted his head slightly, as if amused by the question. "No. The biologist does not shun flesh as others in the Mechanic-Use do. We do not discard the biological, we improve it." Cashin nodded slowly. That was a relief. He didn't reject augmentation outright, but he wasn't about to strip himself of flesh for the sake of dogma. "And what exactly would I be expected to do?" Darius gestured to the room around them. "Study. Learn. Advance. The biologist branch is dedicated to understanding and perfecting both machine and flesh. You have already taken the first step. With your enhanced cognition, you could quickly rise within our ranks." Cashin rubbed his chin. He had been willing to risk the mimetic virus for knowledge, but now, this was an opportunity to gain even more. Connections, resources, training. If he played this right, he could wield the Mechanic-Use as a tool to further his own goals. He gave a slow nod. "I'll join." Tentatively. Darius inclined his head in approval. A wise decision. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned a small drone, which hovered into the room carrying a bundle of data slates. "Since our time is limited, you will begin with self-study. Biology, chemistry, fundamental principles of the Omniscia's wisdom. Study them well." Cashin took the slates, weighing them in his hands. "That's it? No structured lessons?" Darius gave a dry chuckle. "In times of peace, yes. But the world outside this facility is crumbling. War is at our doorstep. I will monitor your progress while we make preparations." Cashin's fingers tightened around the slates. He knew it already, chaos was advancing. The planet was nearing its end. Darius reached into his robes and withdrew a small metallic emblem, holding it out for Cashin to see. It was a symbol of the Magos biologist, a cogwheel entwined with a strand of DNA. "This marks you as an aspirant," Darius said. "Not yet a full Magos, but recognized within the Mechanic-Use. With this, doors will open to you should you prove yourself worthy." Cashin took the emblem, feeling the cool weight of the metal in his palm. It was more than just a token. It was a key to something greater. Darius studied him for a moment before continuing. You will remain under observation for a few days to ensure no complications arise from the procedure. After that. Cashin looked up. After that, what? Darius' expression darkened. You will be deployed. Cashin stiffened. Deployed where? Darius turned away, motioning for Cashin to follow. They walked through the facility, past corridors lined with servitors preparing equipment, priests chanting binary hymns, and adepts fine-tuning war machines. The air was thick with the scent of sacred oils and burning incense. The front lines, Darius finally answered. Chaos is not a distant threat anymore. The war is here. Every capable individual will be needed. Cashin's grip tightened around the emblem. He had sought power and now, that power was about to be tested. The war for survival had begun. Chapter 27, The Last Stand. Cashin adjusted the high collar of his borrowed Mechanicu's robe as he strode through the hive's battered precinct fortress. The crimson cogwheel emblem of the Magos biologist gleamed faintly against his chest, a mark of his new affiliation, but he doubted it would buy him much goodwill among the hardened enforcers of the Adeptus Arbits. The fortress had seen better days. Cracks marred its walls, and the once imposing steel doors bore the scars of battle. The scent of promethium and blood lingered in the air, a grim reminder of the war raging outside. Despite everything, he moved with purpose. His mind was sharper than ever, his body thrumming with energy. The mimetic virus had done its work, and he had survived where most would have perished or been reduced to mindless husks. No insanity, no corruption, just pure, sharpened cognition. He reached the heavy doors of the precinct office and pushed them open, stepping inside. Vaindaris was waiting. The arbitrator sat behind a steel desk, his gauntlets resting on its surface as he studied a flickering hololith displaying real-time battlefield reports. His sharp eyes flicked up the moment Cashin entered, and for a brief second, there was something there. Surprise. You're alive. Cashin gave a wry smirk. Not what you were expecting. Vain leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms. No. Not without symptoms. His eyes lingered on Cashin, searching for any signs of instability, any flicker of madness. The Magos biologists do not hand out such procedures lightly. I expected at least some residual side effects. Yet you stand before me whole. Cashin met his gaze steadily. He had anticipated this reaction. It's my biology, he said simply. A half-truth, but one that served its purpose. Vane's expression didn't change, but Cashin could see the suspicion in his eyes. He was an Arbits, a man trained to root out lies, deception, and corruption. But there were more pressing matters at hand, and after a beat, he gave a short nod. Very well, Vane said. If you were compromised, we would know by now. He gestured toward the door. We've been summoned. Gideon is calling all senior personnel for a briefing. Cashin followed him without a word, his thoughts already working through the implications. A final briefing. That could only mean one thing. The world was about to fall. The meeting room was packed. The air was thick with tension, the scent of sweat, gun oil, and exhaustion permeating the chamber. The men and women gathered here weren't just Arbits, they were officers, enforcers, PDF commanders, and even a few grim-faced Mechanicu's personnel. All of them veterans of the brutal conflict that had consumed the planet. At the head of the room stood Arbitrator Gideon, his presence commanding even without the weight of his ornate carapace armor. His face was lined with age and battle, his eyes hard as ceramite. When he spoke, his voice cut through the murmurs like a blade. This is it, Gideon said. The final battle. A grim silence fell over the room. He pressed a control rune on the hololith, and a planetary display flickered to life above the table. The map was a sea of red. Hive clusters, outposts, entire sectors, each marked with the sigil of chaos. The enemy had overrun everything. The enemy has pushed through every line of defense, Gideon continued. The void is lost. No reinforcements are coming. No evacuation. No salvation. His gaze swept across the room, unyielding. We are alone. A murmur ran through the gathered warriors, but no one spoke out. They had known this. They had felt it in their bones, in the growing desperation of each engagement. Gideon pressed another rune, and the image shifted to a single figure. A towering, monstrous warrior clad in baroque crimson armor, his helm adorned with a crown of jagged iron. A Chaos Champion. Cashin's breath stilled. This, Gideon said, his voice like steel, is the warlord leading this incursion. He is no mere heretic, he is one of the chosen, a champion of chaos. His name is not one I will utter in this chamber, but know this, he is beyond us. A heavy silence fell. The unspoken truth hung over them like a blade. They would all die here. Vaindaris clenched his fist. Then we make our stand. A murmur of agreement. Then, louder, for the Emperor. It started as a whisper, a low, desperate chant, but it grew. For the Emperor! For the Emperor! A battle cry, rising, roaring, defiant against the abyss. A final act of resistance in the face of annihilation. Cashin raised his voice with them, his own shout joining the chorus. He had to blend in. To be seen as one of them. To not draw suspicion. But deep inside, beneath the surface, his thoughts burned cold and clear. I need to get off this planet. The battle was lost. This world was lost. And while these men and women would fight to the bitter end, Cashin knew he could not afford to share their fate. He clenched his jaw, watching the fire in their eyes, the unwavering conviction in their faces. For them, there was no choice. No escape. They would fight, and they would die, because that was the only path left for them. But Cashin was different. He had fought to survive, to gain power, to rise beyond the fate of a nameless corpse in a war he never asked to be part of. He would not die here. He refused to die here. Gideon stepped forward, his gaze fierce. We fight, not for victory, but for defiance. We fight to buy time, to make the enemy bleed. To ensure that even if this world falls, they will know that we did not go quietly. The room erupted in cheers. Cashin clenched his fist and nodded, keeping his expression firm. Inside, his mind was already calculating. The planet was doomed. The question was no longer if it would fall, but how soon. He needed a way out. A ship. A means to escape the slaughter that awaited them all. But first he had to survive the final battle. As the meeting adjourned and the warriors moved to prepare for the last war, Cashin walked with them. Not as a true believer. Not as a martyr. But as a survivor. And he would do whatever it took to live. Cashin found Joran in the precinct's makeshift barracks, a repurposed storage room filled with rows of dented cots and scattered equipment. The air was thick with the scent of sweat, metal, and the faint bitterness of Valho smoke. Conscripted workers, now makeshift enforcers, moved with quiet resignation, adjusting their weapons and armor. Joran sat on the edge of his cot, hunched over as he methodically inspected his borrowed shotgun. The weapon was old, its metal dull with wear, but he handled it with the care of a man who had nothing else to rely on. Cashin approached, his boots scuffing against the floor. Joran. The old worker didn't look up immediately, finishing his inspection before setting the shotgun aside. His tired eyes finally met Cashin's, flickering with something relief, surprise but dulled by exhaustion. Still breathing, I see, Joran muttered, rubbing a hand across his stubbled jaw. Thought the cogboys might have turned you into one of their own by now. Cashin smirked faintly. Not yet. Joran huffed. Guess there's still time. Cashin took a seat across from him, resting his arms on his knees. They sat in silence for a while, the unspoken weight of the war pressing down on them both. Finally, Cashin spoke. I need a way out. Joran's fingers tensed slightly before he let out a slow breath. Figured you'd say that. Cashin studied him. You know something. Joran nodded, but his expression was unreadable. I do. Cashin leaned forward. Tell me. Joran exhaled through his nose. Arbits are pulling back. Some high-ranking ones got a plan, an evacuation for the ones who matter. Cashin frowned. And the rest? Joran shook his head. You know how it is. Cashin's jaw clenched. Who has the details? Joran tapped his fingers against his knee. I do. And I can get you in. Cashin's eyes narrowed. What's the catch? Joran's lips twitched in something resembling a smirk, but there was no humor in it. No catch. Just a favor. Cashin waited. When you get out, you don't look back, Joran said quietly. Don't come back for me. Cashin stared at him. Come with me. Joran chuckled, shaking his head. Kid. I've spent my whole life in this hive. Running ain't in me. Cashin's fingers curled into fists. That's not an answer. Joran's gaze softened, but his voice remained firm. It's the only one I got. Cashin felt frustration burn in his chest. Why? Joran sighed, running a hand over his face. Because I'm tired, Cashin. And because this place made me. I don't get to leave it behind. Cashin swallowed down the anger rising in his throat. That's not a reason. Joran smirked. It's reason enough for me. Silence stretched between them. Joran pulled out a small, worn data slate from his coat, holding it out. Everything you need is in here. Codes, locations, names. It won't get you off-world, but it'll get you where you need to go. Cashin took it, turning it over in his hands. You sure about this? Joran nodded. Just make sure it ain't wasted. Cashin clenched the data slate. It won't be. Joran reached into his coat again, pulling out a small tin. He flicked it open, pulling out a lho stick and offering one to Cashin. Cashin hesitated before taking it. Joran lit his own first, then passed Cashin the lighter. Cashin stared at the flame for a moment before lighting his own, inhaling the acrid smoke. For a while, they just sat there, the quiet hum of the barracks around them. Joran finally spoke. You ever think about the first time we met? Cashin exhaled smoke, thinking back. Yeah. Joran smirked. You looked like a scared little rat back then. Cashin let out a breath of amusement. I was. Joran nodded. But you made it. Cashin glanced at him. So could you. Joran shook his head. No, kid. My story ends here. Cashin's jaw tightened. He hated this. Hated the way Joran had already accepted his fate. Joran pulled something from his pocket, an old, scratched worker's ID. He handed it to Cashin. Cashin frowned. What's this? Joran smirked. A keepsake. Cashin took it, running his fingers over the worn metal. Joran gave him one last look, something warm, something final. You take care of yourself, Cashin. Cashin nodded, his throat tight. You too. Joran grinned. Too late for that. They sat there a moment longer, neither of them willing to say goodbye. Then Cashin stood. He didn't look back. Chapter 28, Whispers Beneath the Throne. 13:05 Standard Terran Time. Cashin stared into the nutrient paste in his tin bowl, the spoon resting idly against the edge. It was the same grey sludge they always served, but he barely noticed the blandness anymore. His mind was elsewhere, buried in the Mechanicu's doctrines spread before him, a data slate resting on the pockmarked metal table. The cafeteria hummed with the low murmur of tired voices and the faint clatter of utensils against trays. He scanned the lines of text, the slate's dim glow casting shadows over his face. The doctrines were dense, each passage layered with meaning, praise, and reverence for the Omnissiah. Still, he found himself drawn to the sections about biological integration and enhancement, the work of the Magos biologists. It was fascinating. In its own twisted way, it made sense. Life is just another machine, biological systems waiting to be optimized. The Mechanicus believed flesh was weak, but the biologists saw potential in it. A fusion of organic and synthetic. The flesh is a blueprint. The machine is the architect. Cashin scoffed softly, shaking his head. Romanticism wrapped in cold logic. Yet, part of him couldn't deny the results. He felt the changes already, his mind clearer, faster. Even his body, though not noticeably stronger, seemed more efficient. His movements felt sharper, his senses more attuned. The cafeteria lights flickered. No one reacted. The hive groaned around them, distant rumbles like the stomach of a dying beast. Cashin frowned. Was it his imagination, or had the lights dimmed even more in the past few days? He turned back to the slate, flipping through doctrines on cellular optimization. The biologists considered the body an engine. Blood, the coolant. Muscles, the pistons. The mind, the processor. But they didn't want to replace it all with steel, not entirely. They sought to enhance. Another soft flicker overhead. The hum of the lights wavered for a moment, almost like a whisper. Cashin tensed, glancing around the cafeteria. No one seemed to notice. Or care. Was the hive always this quiet? Or had the tension dulled them to it? Didn't peg you for a Mechanicus type. Cashin nearly jumped, head snapping toward the voice. Dainvirus stood nearby, his armored frame casting a long shadow over the table. The Arbit's face was tired but steady, his sharp eyes flicking to the Mechanicus insignia now pinned to Cashin's coat. Cashin exhaled slowly, setting the slate down. Didn't have much of a choice. Dane snorted, sliding into the seat across from him. You're alive after that procedure. That sounds like a choice to me. His gaze lingered on the insignia. Didn't expect to see that. Cashin shrugged. They offered. I accepted. He poked at the paste with his spoon. Survival and all that. Dane leaned back, crossing his arms. Survival, hey? Most people wouldn't risk their sanity for a bit of knowledge. Cashin glanced at the slate. Knowledge is survival. Dane studied him for a long moment, then huffed out a quiet laugh. Fair enough. He reached for a ration bar from his belt, unwrapping it with practiced ease. Planets falling apart, you know. Feels worse every day. Cashin nodded. He'd felt it too, a pressure in the air, a wrongness that prickled at the edges of his senses. The hive itself seemed to groan under its own weight. Or maybe it was something deeper. Dane took a bite of the bar, chewing thoughtfully. You're leaving. Cashin froze. Slowly, he set his spoon down. What makes you say that? Dane's eyes flicked to him. I've seen men with that look before. When the odds are stacked, and they know it's over, they start planning their exit. He gestured toward the insignia. Didn't think you'd join the Cogboys unless you had an angle. Cashin held his gaze. And if I am? Dane sighed, running a hand through his hair. I'm not here to stop you. Hell, if you've got a way off this rock, I'd say take it. He hesitated. Just, don't forget the people who'll die here. Cashin looked away. I haven't. For a while, they sat in silence, the only sounds the distant thrum of the hive and the occasional murmur of other arbits. Finally, Dane spoke again. You ever hear of the Illuminati? Cashin blinked. The what? The Illuminati. Dane's voice was quiet, but there was a weight behind it. They're an old order. Secretive. Focused on fighting chaos from the shadows. No glory. No banners. Just results. Cashin frowned. And you're telling me this because? Dane leaned forward. Because I've been watching you. Since the beginning. You're different, Cashin. You think differently. Act differently. He glanced at the insignia again. Surviving that procedure? It's not normal. I figured you might be open to other paths. Cashin's eyes narrowed. Why me? Because you're pragmatic. Dane's expression was unreadable. You're not blinded by faith or duty. You do what it takes to survive. To win. That's what the Illuminati needs. Cashin hesitated, eyes narrowing as memories stirred. You know. I always had my suspicions. Dane raised a brow. Oh. Yet. Cashin crossed his arms, leaning against the wall. You're not like the others. I noticed it when you taught me how to shoot. His gaze sharpened. No prayers. No rituals. You just showed me how the weapon worked. How to clean it. Aim it. Fire. He scoffed. Even the greenest recruits whisper a prayer to the machine spirit before pulling the trigger. But you? Nothing. Varys chuckled softly. Seems you are sharper than most. Cashin frowned. Doesn't take much. The silence stretched between them, heavy with unspoken truths. Cashin leaned back, studying him. And what do you get out of this? Dane smirked. A comrade. And maybe a better chance at survival. He hesitated. The planet's falling. We both know it. But if you get out, the fight doesn't end here. Cashin looked down at the slate, the doctrines blurring before his eyes. The weight of Dane's words settled over him like a shroud. I'll think about it. Dane nodded. That's all I ask. He stood, adjusting his armor. Time's short. Don't take too long. Cashin watched him go, the hive groaning quietly around him. He glanced back at the doctrines, their words suddenly feeling heavier. Survival, knowledge, power, they were all just different paths. Different machines, turning the same engine. He closed the slate and stood. Whatever path he chose, the clock was ticking. Cashin sat on the edge of his cot, back pressed against the cold metal wall of his quarters. The Arbit's precinct was quiet, unnaturally so, and the lumen strip overhead buzzed faintly, casting a pale, sickly light across the cramped room. His eyes were closed, his breathing slow and measured. The warp lurked at the edge of his mind, a dark current just beyond the veil of reality. He could feel it the way it pressed against his thoughts, like fingertips brushing along the edges of his consciousness. It had taken time, but he was getting better. Stronger. The strain didn't leave him gasping anymore. The headaches came slower, lasted shorter. Focus. He reached out, mind unfurling like tendrils in the dark. The warp answered, subtle and cold, brushing against his senses. His awareness stretched beyond the walls of his room, slipping past the steel and concrete. He felt the building. The halls. The people. Their thoughts were faint, distant murmurs, whispers in a storm. Anger. Fear. Resignation. It clung to the air, thick and oppressive. Then there were the other things. Cashin's breath hitched. He felt them slithering at the edges of his awareness, dark shapes prowling the warp, drawn to his mind like predators to blood. They pressed against his thoughts, whispers curling into his skull. Promises. Threats. No. He pushed back, his will slamming against the darkness. The whispers faded, retreating like shadows before a flame. Sweat beaded on his brow, but he held firm, his breathing steady. The warp receded, leaving behind a faint ache in his skull. He let out a slow breath, eyes opening to the dim room. Progress. It wasn't perfect. The warp was still a danger, always would be, but he was learning. Adapting. The fear that had once gripped him was fading, replaced by something colder. Sharper. He wasn't a victim anymore. A sharp knock at the door snapped him out of his thoughts. Cashin tensed, head snapping toward the sound. He hadn't sensed anyone approaching. His fingers curled around the last pistol resting on the cot beside him, thumb flicking the safety off as he rose to his feet. Another knock. Cashin. The voice was low, familiar. It's Orlan. Cashin exhaled slowly, loosening his grip. He crossed the room in a few quiet steps, pressing his back against the wall beside the door. What do you want? A pause. Then, to talk. Cashin hesitated. Orlan had been helpful, in his own way. The old Magister had taught him High Gothic, helped him navigate the scriptorum. But that didn't mean he trusted him. Not now. Not here. He cracked the door open, last pistol held low but ready. Orlan stood on the other side, hands raised slightly, eyes flicking to the weapon. Expecting someone else? He asked dryly. Cashin stared at him for a moment, then lowered the pistol. Can't be too careful. No, Orlan agreed. You can't. Cashin stepped aside, motioning him in. Orlan entered, eyes sweeping the small room. It was barricade, a desk piled with data slates, a single chair. The walls were cold steel, the air stale and faintly metallic. He gave a low hum of approval. Spartan. Practical. Didn't have much choice, Cashin muttered, shutting the door. He leaned against the wall, arms crossing over his chest. What do you want? Orlan sat on the edge of the cot, his hands resting on his knees. The hive is falling, Cashin. His voice was quiet. You felt it. The air's heavier. The shadows are longer. Chaos is here. Cashin frowned. He'd felt it, the wrongness creeping into the hive. The people were changing. Their thoughts felt darker. Angrier. He could hear it in the whispers. See it in the way the walls seemed to pulse when the lights flickered. What does that have to do with me? Orlan looked at him. In 12 hours, the final push begins. The Arbits, the Guard, every conscript and recruit. They'll march into the underhive, straight into the enemy's teeth. He paused. Most won't come back. Cashin shifted. I'm not a soldier. No, Orlan said softly. You're something else. The room fell silent. Cashin met Orlan's gaze, feeling the weight behind his words. The Illuminati, he said quietly. Orlan nodded. You've proven yourself. Dane thinks highly of you. So do I. His gaze sharpened. You felt it, haven't you? The warp. The power. Cashin looked away. What if I say no? Then you die with the rest. Orlan's voice was flat. This world is lost, Cashin. You know that. The question is, do you want to survive? Cashin clenched his jaw, the last pistol cold in his hands. He'd always known the odds. This was warmer. Hope was a lie. Survival wasn't about faith. It was about choices. He looked at Orlan. What do you want from me? Orlan smiled faintly. To live. To fight. To learn. He leaned forward. Join us, Cashin. We can give you the tools to survive. To thrive. His gaze darkened. But make no mistake, this isn't salvation. It's a chance. Nothing more. Cashin stared at him for a long moment. The warp whispered at the edges of his mind, cold and distant. Finally, he exhaled. Fine. He looked Orlan in the eye. But I'm not doing this for you. Or for Dane. I'm doing this for me. Orlan nodded. That's all we ask. He stood, smoothing his robes. 12 hours, he said quietly. After that, we'll see who's left. Cashin watched him leave, the door hissing shut behind him. He stood there for a long time, the warp pressing against his thoughts, cold and quiet. 12 hours. He tightened his grip on the last pistol. The clock was ticking. Chapter 29, The Final War. This week goal is 800 power stones. Enjoy. The precinct was quiet. Not the kind of quiet that brought peace, but the kind that sat heavy on the chest, choking the air. The usual hum of machinery, the distant shouts of orders, even the clang of weapons being prepped, all of it felt distant. Muted. The only thing Cashin could hear clearly were the prayers. Quiet, desperate things, whispered under trembling breaths. He passed a group of enforcers kneeling together, each one clutching a worn pendant of the Aquila. Their eyes were closed, their lips moving silently. Another soldier sat alone on a crate, clutching his shotgun to his chest like a lifeline. No prayers. Just a 1,000-yard stare. They all knew. No one was coming to save them. Cashin pushed on. He tried to focus on the weight of his gear, the familiar chill of the hive air, anything to drown out the gnawing dread. But the warp made itself known. The whispers slid through the cracks, scratching at the edges of his mind. Every so often, he felt a presence not seen, but felt a pressure against his skull. He shook it off as he entered the armory. The place had been stripped bare. What little remained had been claimed by those lucky enough to be first in line. He scanned the room, catching sight of Virus Dane near the back, standing next to a hulking figure of metal and ceramite. Cashin's steps slowed. Power armor. The suit stood tall, its dark plates worn from use but still formidable. The ceramite was scratched and dented, each mark a story from battles past. Cashin stared at it, then back at Dane, who was watching him with a faint smirk. Didn't peg you for a hero, Cashin muttered. Dane chuckled. Not a hero. Just someone who likes to stay alive. He patted the armor. Mark 7 Aquila pattern. Old inquisitorial stock. Cashin blinked. Inquisition. Don't get excited. Dane waved a hand. I pulled a few strings. The Illuminati has some sway, but you're not that special. Cashin raised an eyebrow. Then why am I getting one? Dane's smirk faded. You're not the only one. He gestured to another set of armor nearby, slightly smaller, but no less intimidating. That one's yours. Cashin hesitated. Won't people ask questions? They'll assume I got it for you. Dane shrugged. I have a special permit. Covers both of us. Cashin stared at the armor. It looked heavy. Not just in weight, but in presence. Like it carried the burden of every life it had saved and every one it had failed to. Don't make me regret this, Dane said quietly. Cashin stepped forward, running a hand over the cold metal. The armor hummed faintly under his touch, the machine spirit barely stirring. As he ran his fingers across the worn ceramite, something shifted. The hum deepened, resonating beneath his fingertips. A pulse. Faint, but undeniable. Almost curious. As he suited up, the machine spirit stirred. The servos hissed softly, adjusting with his movements, but it wasn't just the armor compensating. It felt cooperative. Each motion felt smoother, the weight distributing perfectly. The armor responded with an ease that shouldn't have been possible. It was subtle at first, the way the joints locked seamlessly, the servos anticipating his steps. As if the machine spirit was eager. Joyful, almost. Every motion felt more natural, the armor guiding him as much as he guided it. Cashin flexed his fingers, and the gauntlet responded instantly. He shifted his stance, and the weight adjusted without him needing to force it. It was more than responsiveness. It was understanding. The machine spirit wasn't just compliant, it welcomed him. Dane noticed. That's faster than I expected. Cashin glanced at him. What? The armor. Dane frowned, watching the way the suit moved with Cashin. It shouldn't be that smooth. Machine spirits don't trust easily. He paused, eyes narrowing. But it likes you. Cashin felt it too. The armor wasn't just a tool, it was alive, in its own way. And it had accepted him. He activated the chainsword, the teeth revving with a satisfying growl. Heavy, but manageable. The bolter came next. Godwin pattern. The mag was full, each round a promise of devastation. Finally, a plasma pistol. Dane handed it over with a raised brow. Careful, he warned. Overheat, and you'll lose more than your arm. Cashin holstered the pistol and adjusted the armor's weight. He took a deep breath, feeling the power coursing through the suit. The weight of the weapons, the armor, it all pressed down on him. But beneath it was something else. Resolve. Thanks, Cashin said quietly. Dane clapped a hand on his shoulder. Try not to die. The convoy rumbled through the city's veins, engines growling as the rhinos crawled over cracked pavement. The sky churned above, red and swollen, like an open wound in reality. What little sunlight pierced through painted everything in shades of crimson. The air stank of copper and ash. Cashin sat inside one of the rhinos, shoulder to shoulder with other soldiers. Enforcers, arbits, conscripts all crammed together, their faces drawn and pale. Some muttered prayers. Others sat in silence, eyes hollow. Across from him, a sister of battle knelt with her head bowed, fingers wrapped around a rosary. She whispered softly, her words barely audible. The rhino jolted over a broken street, and Cashin felt the armor's servos compensate. He glanced down at his gauntleted hands, flexing his fingers. The suit felt heavier now. Not just in weight, but in meaning. Yet, the machine spirit, it was there. A constant presence. It didn't whisper like the warp it guided. When the rhino hit a bump, the armor shifted subtly, keeping him steady. When his grip tightened on the bolter, the gauntlet adjusted, perfecting his hold. It wasn't obedience. It was cooperation. Outside, the city was unrecognizable. Rivers of blood carved through the streets, pooling in the gutters. Buildings sagged under their own weight, their walls slick with something dark and pulsing. Twisted shapes shambled through the ruins, some still vaguely human, others, not. The warp pressed against his mind, the whispers growing louder. Cashin squeezed his eyes shut, forcing them back. They reached the shrine at midday, or what would have been midday. The sky had darkened, thick with storm clouds that churned unnaturally. The shrine loomed before them, once a place of worship, now defiled. Blood slicked the stone steps. The walls pulsed, as if the building itself were alive. And they were waiting. The cultists came first. Hundreds of them, clad in rags and armor fashioned from scrap. Some wielded autoguns, others crude blades. Behind them came the mutants, twisted things with too many limbs, skin stretched tight over bulging muscles. And then, the demons. Fleshhounds loped through the crowd, their eyes burning with a savage hunger. Blood crushers rode behind them, massive beasts of brass and muscle, their riders wielding hell-forged weapons. Juggernauts thundered alongside them, metal hooves cracking stone beneath their weight. At the heart of it all stood the Chaos Champion. He towered over the others, muscles rippling beneath armor stained with gore. His helmet was adorned with a crown of spikes, and in his hands he held a massive axe, its blade dripping with blood. And above them all, a bloodthirster. The greater daemon loomed over the battlefield, wings outstretched, eyes blazing with hatred. Each breath it took sent ripples through the warp, warping the air around it. Cashin swallowed. The whispers in his head grew louder. The machine spirit pulsed in response, steadying him. Steady, Dane said quietly. We hold the line. Cashin tightened his grip on his chainsword. Around him, the arbits readied their weapons. The sisters stood tall, their faith a beacon in the darkness. The Mechanicu's troops checked their rifles, red lenses glowing faintly. The Chaos Champion raised his axe. The demons howled. And the last stand began. The air was thick with the stench of blood and sulfur, and the sky burned crimson. Cashin stood on the precipice of hell itself, watching the daemon horde surge across the ruined hive. The machine spirit of his power armor thrummed against his skin, a steady pulse like a heartbeat, as if it sensed the carnage to come. He shifted his weight, feeling the armor move with him, not sluggish or heavy but fluid, like a second skin. The connection was almost comforting. Almost. Cashin. Varus Dane's voice cut through the din. The Arbit's veteran stood nearby, visor down, bolt gun in hand. You ready for this? Cashin glanced at him, gripping his chain sword tighter. No one's ready for this. Dane let out a dry chuckle. Fair. The ground trembled beneath their boots. The horde was close now. Cashin's mind reached out into the warp, searching for the familiar ripple of thoughts. He felt them, the soldiers around him, hearts pounding, prayers whispered under their breath. But beyond them, like oil seeping through the cracks, there was something else. Hungry. Malevolent. The demons. Steady. A sister of battle roared, her voice amplified by her helmet. Her squad stood tall, bolters at the ready, purity seals fluttering in the wind. Mechanik Euskiterii lined up beside them, their red robes stark against the ash-covered ground. Cashin saw conscripts gripping their lasguns with trembling hands, while the Arbits held the line, shields raised. Then the first wave hit. The cultists came screaming from the ruins, their bodies twisted with mutation, flesh splitting and reforming before Cashin's eyes. Las fire tore through their ranks, but they kept coming. Behind them, the demons emerged. Bloodletters, their crimson blades dripping with molten ichor, charged with howls of rage. Flesh hounds loped alongside them, eyes burning with unnatural light. A blood crusher rode atop its juggernaut mount, the ground shaking beneath its hooves. Cashin raised his hand, reaching into the warp. Power surged through him, icy tendrils clawing at his mind. He pushed forward, feeling the machine spirit respond in kind. The armor moved with him, faster, smoother. His telepathy swept out like a wave, slamming into the minds of the cultists. Some fell to their knees, clutching their heads, while others turned their weapons on each other. Advance! Dane roared, leading the Arbits forward. Cashin followed, his chainsword roaring to life. The first bloodletter lunged at him, its blade slicing through the air. Cashin ducked, driving his sword into its gut, tearing through muscle and bone. The machine spirit hummed with satisfaction. To his left, a sister of battle was locked in combat with a flesh hound. Cashin raised his bolt gun, firing 3 shots into its skull. The creature howled, collapsing at her feet. She glanced at him and gave a curt nod before returning to the fray. The battle was chaos. Bolt guns barked, chain swords roared, and the air was thick with the scent of promethium and blood. Cashin fought like a man possessed, his mind and body working in perfect harmony with the machine spirit. He felt its guidance, subtle but constant, a tilt of the head to avoid a blow, a shift of the foot for better balance. Around him, the battle raged. Dane fought beside him, bolter blazing. The Sisters of Battle unleashed holy fire, incinerating the demonic horde. Mechanik's troops advanced, their arcane weaponry cutting down cultists in droves. Cashin fought with everything he had, each swing of his sword a prayer for survival. The air was thick with the stench of blood and burning metal. Cashin's helmet display flickered as the machine spirit within the power armor whispered to him, guiding his movements. The battlefield was chaos incarnate. Bolter fire cracked through the air, cutting down charging cultists, while the screams of the dying mingled with the guttural roars of demons. Cashin moved like a blade through the storm. His chain sword roared to life, teeth biting into the flesh of a mutated heretic, tearing through meat and bone. Blood sprayed against his visor, the helmet's auto senses dampening the sound, but the psychic echoes of pain still rang in his skull. A bloodletter lunged at him, its wicked hellblade swinging down in a vicious arc. Cashin barely dodged, feeling the heat of the warp-forged weapon slice through the air inches from his head. He fired his bolt gun point blank into its chest, the beam scorching a hole through the daemon's flesh, but it barely slowed down. Snarling, Cashin drove his chainsword into its gut, ripping upward as the machine spirit hummed with approval. The creature screeched, dissolving into a cloud of ash and embers. To his left, a Sister of Battle fought with righteous fury, her power sword carving through cultists as her bolt pistol spat death. Cashin saw her get overwhelmed, a pack of flesh hounds tearing towards her. Without thinking, he reached out with his mind, the strain making his vision blur. Run! The sister staggered as his telepathic shout hit her mind. She turned just in time to avoid a snapping maw, her sword cutting through the daemon's neck. Cashin collapsed to one knee, his nose bleeding from the exertion. The power armor's machine spirit pulsed, almost as if encouraging him to stand. A juggernaut charged through the ranks, the creature's hooves cracked the stone beneath them, and cultists were trampled in its path. Cashin barely rolled aside as it barreled past, smashing into a squad of enforcers. He raised his lasgun, firing shot after shot into the daemon's thick hide, but it was like trying to kill a tank with pebbles. Then, Virus Dane's voice boomed over the comms. "Cashin, move!" Cashin turned just in time to see Dane slam into the juggernaut with a thunderous impact, his power maul crackling with energy. The machine spirit surged in Cashin's armor, amplifying his movements as he sprinted to join the fray. The battle raged on. Cashin fought with everything he had. His psychic powers flickered and flared, buying him precious seconds against the tide of madness. His shots found their mark more often than not, guided by a mix of instinct and the machine spirit's whispers. Every movement felt sharper, faster, more precise. But even as he fought, he felt the pull of the warp. The demons whispered to him, their voices like knives in his mind. He clenched his jaw, forcing them out with sheer willpower. The power armor's machine spirit responded, its presence a steady hum against the chaos. And then he saw it, the herald. Towering above the carnage, its armor was a deep crimson, adorned with skulls and dark sigils. It locked eyes with him, and Cashin felt his blood run cold. The herald roared, charging straight for him. Cashin raised his chainsword, the machine spirit flaring in response. This was it. One wrong move, and he was dead. He braced himself. The final battle had begun. Chapter 30, The Planet Bleeds. The planet burned. A world of steel and stone, now reduced to a corpse of smoke and ash. The skies were torn apart by a crimson tempest, a warp storm that stretched across the heavens, sealing the planet's fate. There would be no reinforcements. No salvation. Only war. Across the hive cities, billions clashed. The Imperium fought with desperate fury, hundreds of millions of men and women, pressed into battle lines, each life spent to hold another inch of ground. The Astra Militarum poured into the streets, las guns chattering in endless volleys. Their tanks rumbled through the rubble, cannons thundering, blasting apart the demonic tide. The Sisters of Battle stood as burning pillars of faith, their bolters and flamers cutting swathes through the heretics. Tech priests and skitarii of the Adeptus Mechanicus deployed sacred war machines, engines of death that ground the enemies of the Omnissiah beneath treads of steel. Arbits fought with grim resolve, holding their lines with shield and maul, every block a fortress, every corridor a kill zone. Even hive gangers and conscripts, barely trained, held the line where they could, knowing there was nowhere left to run. Yet, for every Imperial soldier that stood, 100 horrors met them in battle. Chaos poured from the warp-rent sky, an ocean of blood and madness. The streets churned under the weight of billions of frenzied cultists, their ragged voices screaming praise to the blood god. Bloodletters marched in disciplined ranks, their hellblades drinking deep. Fleshhounds prowled ahead, tearing through defenders in a blur of fangs and claws. Juggernauts crashed through barricades, brass hooves cracking the streets, their riders laughing as they painted the hive red. Greater horrors loomed above the fray. A bloodthirster soared on leathery wings, its massive frame blotting out the light as it crashed into the heart of the Imperium's ranks. Each swing of its axe claimed dozens of lives. Heralds of the blood god led their legions, howling war cries that shook the very foundations of the hive. There was no front line. No order. The war had spilled across the planet, seeping into every corner of the hive. It was slaughter, plain and simple. And amidst the chaos, arbitrator Gideon Roth fought. His breath rasped in his helmet, each inhale dragging against his throat. The world was fire and death, but Gideon pushed forward, shock maul gripped tight in his hand. His armor was heavier than most, custom forged by the Adeptus Mechanicus after years of service. Each plate was reinforced with ceramite, the carapace designed to shrug off las fire and shrapnel. His visor painted the battlefield in flickering readouts, target markers sweeping across the hordes. His weapons were no less impressive: a combat shotgun, custom loaded with inferno shells, and the maul at his side crackled with power, ready to break bone and armor alike. But none of it mattered. They were losing. Arbitrator Roth, Vox channels are down. No contact with Central Command. The voice crackled through his comm'd one of the few arbits still standing in his squad. Doesn't matter, Gideon growled, pumping his shotgun. Form up. We make our stand here. The street was barely recognizable beneath the bodies. Imperial guardsmen lay scattered, their las guns silent. Civilians were strewn across the rubble, butchered where they stood. The walls were slick with blood, the sigils of chaos scrawled in crimson. Gideon took aim. A bloodletter charged from the smoke, its hellblade raised high, eyes burning with unholy rage. Gideon squeezed the trigger, his shotgun roaring. The inferno shell blasted the daemon apart, flames consuming its flesh as it howled into the void. But there were always more. A juggernaut barreled down the street, brass hooves shattering the ground beneath it. Gideon dove aside, feeling the rush of air as the beast thundered past, crushing bodies beneath its bulk. The rider lashed out with a jagged glaive, carving through Arbit's shields and armor as if they were paper. Gideon rolled to his feet, shock maul humming in his hands. He charged, slamming the weapon into the juggernaut's flank. The crackling energy discharged into the beast, causing it to rear back, roaring in pain. Its rider turned, snarling, but Gideon was already moving. He brought his shotgun up, firing point blank into the daemon's face. The head exploded in a shower of gore. The juggernaut collapsed, twitching. But Gideon had no time to breathe. Another wave crashed over them. Flesh hounds bounded through the smoke, their snarls echoing across the ruins. Gideon fired again and again, each shell blasting a hound apart, but they kept coming. An Arbit to his right was dragged down, his screams cut short as fangs closed around his throat. "Fall back!" Gideon roared, voice hoarse. "Regroup at the barricade." They scrambled through the ruins, each step feeling heavier, each breath harder to draw. The smoke burned his lungs, and the sounds of war were deafening: the roar of artillery, the screech of demons, the dying cries of men and women. He stumbled into a half-collapsed hab block, his squad falling in behind him. What was left of them? The others were gone, torn apart, left behind, or simply vanished into the madness. Gideon leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. The ground beneath him trembled with distant explosions. He could hear the demons outside, snarling and baying for blood. His fingers tightened around his maul. There was no way out. No salvation. Only war. He looked up at the blood-red sky, the warp storm churning above. The entire system was sealed. Even if reinforcements had existed, they'd never reach them. The hive was already lost. The planet was lost. Yet still, he fought. Because that was what it meant to be imperial. To fight. To endure. Even in the face of the end. The governor's palace stood defiant against the crimson sky, a dark silhouette of opulence and power atop the highest spire of the hive. It loomed over the chaos below, untouched by war yet. But the walls could not keep out the distant echoes of battle. Even here, high above the carnage, Halax Varen could hear the faint, rhythmic pounding of artillery. It was like a heartbeat. Steady. Inescapable. The man himself stood at the center of a vast chamber, its polished marble floors gleaming beneath chandeliers of crystal and gold. The walls were adorned with tapestries depicting ancient triumphs, victories of his lineage over the centuries. The Varen name had ruled this world for nearly 2 millennia. He liked to think of himself as a continuation of that legacy. A protector. A savior. But now, as he gazed out over the burning horizon, the weight of history felt more like a shroud. The doors to the chamber slid open with a quiet hiss. Footsteps echoed against the marble, measured and precise. Halax didn't turn. He knew the sound. Castos. His chief aide. The man had served him for over 30 years, and not once had his footsteps faltered. Even now, with the world collapsing around them, Castos's stride was steady. Dependable. "Governor," Castos said, his voice low and deferential. "You requested an update." Halax closed his eyes for a moment, exhaling slowly. "Tell me." Castos hesitated. That alone told Halax everything he needed to know. The governor turned to face him, smoothing the silk of his crimson robe with steady hands. He studied the older man carefully. Castos's face was drawn, his features pale beneath the warm light. The day-top hat in his hands trembled ever so slightly. "Well?" Halax pressed. "Out with it." Castos bowed his head. "The outer hives have fallen. Entirely. The Arbits made their last stand at the Tarsus gate 2 hours ago. There has been no contact since." Halax felt his stomach tighten. He moved towards a table of dark mahogany, reaching for the crystal decanter. The wine sloshed slightly as he poured. His hands were shaking. "Damn it! What else?" he asked, taking a long sip. The burn steadied him. "The manufacturum districts are gone. Overrun. Castos glanced at his datapad, lips tightening. The Mechanics deployed their Skitarii legions, but the enemy's numbers are beyond counting. The Red Priests fought to the last, but their war engines have fallen silent. And the guard? Halax asked, gripping the edge of the table. Still holding, for now. Scattered regiments are fighting block by block, but they're being pushed back. Entire companies are being wiped out in hours. Reports say the skies are black with gargoyle swarms. Some of the greater demons are leading the charge now. Halax's knuckles whitened. Bloodthirsters. Castos nodded grimly. Several. The Sisters of Battle managed to slay one in the Shrine District, but... He trailed off. There was no need to finish. The governor downed the rest of his glass. The wine barely registered on his tongue. He turned back to the window, looking out over the hive. The fires stretched as far as the eye could see, licking at the horizon. 1,000 battlefronts, each one a slaughter. He inhaled slowly, feeling the weight of his title settle onto his shoulders. Planetary Governor. It had once meant power. Authority. Now it felt like a death sentence. Castos, he said quietly. Is there a way off this rock? There was a long silence. Governor. Don't give me that tone. Halax turned, eyes narrowing. I know what you're thinking. That I should stay. Die with the people. Die with my world. He sneered. Spare me the martyr's tale. I will not let my bloodline end in some nameless alley, torn apart by demons. Castos hesitated. There are ships. Not many. Most of the nobles fled days ago. Those that made it past the upper atmosphere, well, their fates are unknown. The warp storm, Halax muttered, rubbing his temples. It's sealing the system, isn't it? Yes, Governor. Castos lowered his voice. No ship has been able to make a safe jump out of the Gelmero cluster. The warp is turbulent. Even the astropaths have fallen silent. Halax's jaw clenched. So what you're telling me is that even if we leave, we'll be torn apart in the immaterium. Castos hesitated. Possibly. Possibly. Halax let out a bitter laugh. Wonderful. Truly inspiring. He poured another glass, swirling the liquid idly. And the ship's still here. Only a handful remain. Castos shifted uneasily. The last of the planetary defense ships are preparing for launch. A few personal craft belonging to the remaining noble families are also being prepped. They'll be leaving within the next 2 days. He hesitated. If we intend to leave, Governor, it must be soon. Halax stared into his glass. The flames of the hive flickered in the reflection. 2 days. 2 days, and then the last ships would be gone. After that, there would be no escape. Halax set the glass down with deliberate care. He turned to face Castos, smoothing his robes once more. Prepare my ship. Castos bowed. Of course, Governor. And Castos. Halax's voice was soft. My family. Ensure they are ready. Understood. The aide turned and left the chamber, his footsteps fading into the distance. Halax stood alone, staring out over his burning world. His legacy. His kingdom. Let it burn. He would not die here. Chapter 31, The Blooded Path. Cashin's breath thundered in his ears, each inhale rattling against the inside of his helmet. The power armor moved with him, the machine spirit flowing through his limbs like molten steel in his veins. His grip tightened around the handle of his chainsword, the teeth purring softly as they idled. In his other hand, his Godwin pattern bolt gun felt like an extension of his arm, the blessed weight reassuring. The battlefield was a haze of smoke and blood. The stink of ozone from last fire mixed with the wet, coppery tang of spilled entrails. The distant roar of artillery rolled like a storm over the hive's shattered spires, and the sky above burned crimson. Fires raged in the streets. Screams echoed in the dark. And there, standing amidst the carnage, was the herald. It towered over the mortal soldiers, its body a grotesque mockery of flesh and brass. Armor forged in the furnaces of hell gleamed beneath the blood-stained sky, and its eyes burned with the hate of 1,000 slaughtered souls. A jagged crown of bone jutted from its skull, and in its massive claws, it wielded a blade that shimmered with warp-born hunger. Each step it took left molten scars in the rockcrete. Cashin's heart slammed against his ribs. He could feel it. The weight of its presence pressed against his mind, a cold hand curling around his soul. He fought to push it back, his will clashing against the tide of rage and slaughter that poured from the daemon like heat from a forge. Focus! He raised his bolt gun. The machine spirit whispered to him, the ammo counter flickering softly in his visor. Full magazine. Blessed rounds. Each shot a prayer. He centered the reticle over the creature's chest and squeezed the trigger. The bolt gun barked, each shot a deafening roar that punched through the smoke. The explosive shells hammered into the herald's flesh, detonating on impact, but the daemon barely slowed. It turned toward him, red eyes locking onto his visor. It roared, a sound that ripped through the air like a warhorn from hell. Cashin moved. His armor surged with power, pistons hissing as he threw himself aside. The herald's blade smashed into the ground where he'd stood, shattering stone and sending shards of rockcrete skittering across his armor. He rolled to his feet, firing as he moved, the bolt gun bucking in his hands. Faster! The machine spirit whispered. Cashin felt it hum through his body, guiding his movements. His steps became lighter. His aim sharper. He felt the armor become an extension of himself, no longer a suit but a second skin. The herald charged, faster than something its size should have been. Cashin barely threw himself clear, feeling the heat of the warp-forged blade as it passed within inches of his head. He came up firing, bolts slamming into the daemon's side. One round punched through the joint of its shoulder, sending a spray of black ichor across the ground. The herald snarled, its eyes narrowing. Then it came again. Cashin met it head-on. His chain sword roared to life, teeth screaming as they met the daemon's blade. Sparks cascaded into the air as they locked weapons, Cashin's arms shaking with the effort. The herald loomed over him, its fetid breath hot against his faceplate. Cashin snarled and pushed back, driving his knee into the creature's gut. It barely budged. Not enough. He reached out with his mind. The warp burned at his thoughts, the touch of the immaterium colder than ice. He shoved it aside, focusing. He didn't need to dominate it, only guide it. His power flared, tendrils of thought snaking into the cracks of the creature's wool. The herald stiffened, its body shuddering as Cashin's mind pressed against its own. Slow. The creature staggered. Its movements dulled, just for a moment, but a moment was all Cashin needed. He wrenched his chainsword free and drove it into the creature's side, feeling the teeth bite deep into muscle and bone. The daemon roared, swinging wildly. The blade caught Cashin's pauldron, shearing through ceramite and biting into flesh. He screamed, pain lancing through his body as blood poured down his side. Keep moving. He ducked under the next swing, bolt gun rising. He fired point blank into the creature's face, the explosive shells detonating against its skull. The herald reeled, ichor spraying across the ground. Cashin drove forward, slamming his shoulder into the creature's chest and knocking it back. It fell to one knee, breathing hard. Cashin stood over it, chain sword raised. The daemon looked up, blood streaming from its shattered face. For the first time, Cashin saw something flicker in its eyes. Fear. He drove the chain sword down. The teeth bit deep, rending flesh and bone. The herald screamed, its voice a wail of rage and agony. Cashin pressed harder, pushing the blade deeper. The creature thrashed, clawing at him, but he held firm. Blood sprayed across his visor, blinding him, but he didn't stop. He wouldn't stop. The machine spirit surged through him, his armor whispering victory in his ears. His mind pressed harder, crushing the last vestiges of the daemon's will. The creature shuddered once, then fell still. Cashin stood there, breathing hard. The battlefield was silent around him, the fires burning low. He looked down at the herald's corpse, its lifeblood pooling at his feet. The chain sword whirred softly in his hand, its teeth slick with gore. He stepped back, breathing ragged. The machine spirit purred softly, content. Cashin closed his eyes, feeling the weight of his victory settle over him. It was done. The herald's corpse slumped to the ground with a wet thud, black ichor pooling beneath its ruined body. Cashin stood over it, chain sword humming softly in his grip, breath ragged as he stared down at his kill. His armor's machine spirit thrummed with quiet pride, the sensation faint but unmistakable. Yet there was no time to savor the victory. The battlefield still burned. Chaos was winning. He turned. Through the smoke and ruin, he saw them, his comrades, the last line of the Imperium's desperate defense. Sisters of battle, their ceramite armor slick with blood, fired bolt rounds into the tide of heretics, their chants rising above the din of war. Arbits and guardsmen held the line where they could, their last fire cutting red streaks through the dark. Mechanik Euskiterii advanced in perfect sync, their augmetic limbs glimmering in the firelight. But for every heretic that fell, 2 more climbed over the corpse. For every daemon banished, another tore its way into reality. Cashin moved. The Godwin pattern bolt gun snapped to his shoulder, the machine spirit guiding his aim. He squeezed the trigger, and the bolt gun roared. A cultist's head exploded in a spray of bone and gore. He shifted targets, cutting down a charging mutant, its bloated flesh bursting under the impact of the blessed rounds. The machine spirit whispered in his ear, feeding him ammo counts and target vectors. 5 rounds left. Reload. Cashin dropped behind cover, his movements smooth. The bolt gun's magazine slid free with a practiced motion, another slamming home in less than a second. He pushed forward, vaulting over debris and into the fray. A sister of battle fought ahead of him, her power sword blazing with holy light as she carved through the enemy. A bloodletter surged toward her, a crimson blur of muscle and hate. Cashin fired. The bolt punched through its skull, sending it sprawling before it could reach her. She turned, offering a nod of thanks before charging back into the melee. Keep moving. Cashin's chain sword roared to life, its teeth screaming as he tore through the first cultist in his path. Blood sprayed across his visor, but he ignored it. His mind reached out, tendrils of thought brushing against the battlefield. He could feel them, the heretics, the mutants, the demons. Their rage burned like a beacon. He pushed against it, sending out whispers of doubt and hesitation. A group of cultists stumbled, their charge faltering for a split second. It was all he needed. He moved like a blade in the dark. His bolt gun barked, each round finding its mark. His chain sword carved through flesh and bone, the machine spirit singing in his mind. A mutant lunged at him, a twisted abomination of muscle and fangs. He sidestepped, the blade of his chain sword biting deep into its neck. The creature gurgled and fell, black blood pooling at his feet. Around him, the battle raged. A Skiterii collapsed under a bloodletter's blade, its mechanical limbs twitching even in death. An Arbit was torn apart by a swarm of cultists, their blades rising and falling in a frenzy of blood and screams. The sisters fought on, their battle hymns filling the air even as they fell one by one. Cashin fought harder. He fired into the mob, bolt rounds tearing through heretics. He pushed forward, his armor's servos whirring with each step. A lesser daemon lunged at him, claws raking across his pauldron. Pain lanced through his side, but he ignored it. He drove his chainsword into the creature's gut, ripping upward in a spray of ichor and viscera. A scream echoed through the vox one of the sisters. Cashin turned just in time to see her fall, her armor split open by a bloodletter's blade. Rage burned through him. He raised his bolt gun, emptying the magazine into the daemon's chest. It staggered back, snarling, before collapsing into the dirt. But they kept coming. Cashin's breaths came ragged now, each movement slower than the last. His armor felt heavier. His muscles burned. The machine spirit whispered warnings, ammo low, vitals unstable. He pushed forward anyway. Another mutant charged him, its jagged blade swinging for his head. Cashin ducked, the blade scraping across his helm. He came up swinging, his chain sword biting deep into the creature's side. It screamed, falling to its knees. He drove his bolt gun into its mouth and pulled the trigger. The creature's head vanished in a spray of gore. Still, they came. Cashin reached out with his mind, searching for something, anything. The warp responded, cold and unforgiving. He pushed deeper, his will slamming against the tide of rage and blood. The cultists faltered, their minds clouding under the pressure. The lesser demons hissed, their movements sluggish. It was only for a moment, but it was enough. He surged forward. His bolt gun fired, the last rounds punching through heretics and mutants alike. His chain sword screamed, teeth tearing through flesh and bone. He moved like a whirlwind, each step guided by the machine spirit. His mind burned with power, the warp swirling around him. But it wasn't enough. A bloodletter charged, its hellblade cleaving through the air. Cashin raised his chain sword, blocking the blow. Sparks showered around him as the blades clashed. The daemon snarled, pressing harder. Cashin pushed back, driving his knee into its gut. It stumbled, and he drove his chain sword into its chest, ripping upward with a roar. Still, they came. The battlefield was a graveyard now. The sisters were dead. The Arbits were gone. Only a handful of guardsmen and skitarii remained, their fire growing weaker by the second. Cashin stood alone, surrounded by bodies and blood. His armor was cracked. His bolt gun empty. His chain sword dulled. And still, they came. Cashin stood his ground. He raised his chain sword, blood dripping from its teeth. The machine spirit whispered one last time, soft and quiet. Fight. And Cashin fought. Chapter 32, The Path of Skulls. Cashin's chain sword roared as it carved through the last cultist, flesh and bone yielding beneath its relentless teeth. The corpse crumpled, blood pooling at his feet, mixing with the rivers of crimson already staining the earth. His breath came in ragged gasps, the machine spirit of his power armor whispering faint warnings into his mind, vitals unstable, ammunition low, power reserves draining. But the machine's voice felt distant. Drowned beneath the pounding in his skull. He blinked, trying to clear the haze from his eyes, but the world remained painted in shades of red. Blood sprayed across his visor with every kill. The sound of flesh tearing beneath his chain sword was almost intoxicating. He felt his body move without conscious thought, each motion a perfect blend of violence and efficiency. Every kill felt right. Every life taken felt earned. And he wanted more. Cashin blinked again. No. That's not right. He staggered back, his breathing ragged. The battlefield stretched endlessly around him, bodies piled high, blood soaking the ground. He could barely hear the distant gunfire anymore. The cries of the dying faded into white noise. His hands trembled, the weight of his chain sword unfamiliar, foreign. He looked down at himself. His armor was drenched in blood, some of it his, most of it not. His gauntlets, once polished ceramite, were slick with gore. He tried to steady his breathing, but his heart pounded in his ears. The machine spirit nudged at him, faint and distant, almost worried. What am I doing? The realization hit him like a hammer. He'd been killing without thinking. Without reason. He'd let the fight consume him, the bloodlust driving his every action. Cashin clenched his teeth, shaking his head violently. The influence was subtle, insidious like a whisper in the back of his mind, pushing him to kill, to revel in the slaughter. He slammed a gauntlet fist into the side of his helm, the jolt clearing his thoughts. Focus. The rage subsided, retreating to some dark corner of his mind. He forced himself to breathe. Slowly. Steadily. The battlefield around him came into focus once more, and for the first time, he truly saw it. The world was dying. Blood soaked the ground, rivers of crimson winding through shattered streets and broken structures. The sky burned, clouds of ash blotting out the sun, casting everything in a sickly red hue. Fires raged unchecked, smoke rising into the heavens like a funeral pyre for the entire planet. The air stank of death, coppery and sharp, mixed with the acrid tang of burning flesh. In the distance, shapes moved through the haze. Demons, hulking forms of muscle and rage, their eyes glowing with malevolent hunger. Mutants and cultists roamed the ruins, chanting praises to dark gods as they feasted on the fallen. The land itself seemed to writhe, the ground pulsing with dark energy, veins of molten rock cutting through the soil like open wounds. And then he saw it. Far across the ruined city, past the endless hordes of cultists and demons, a dark figure stood atop a broken cathedral. His power armor zoomed in, enhancing his vision, bringing the distant figure into sharp relief. The Chaos Champion. The figure stood tall, clad in dark, baroque armor, blood-red runes etched into its surface. A massive, serrated blade rested across his back, dark energy swirling around it. The champion raised his arms, chanting in a guttural tongue that made Cashin's skin crawl. The earth trembled beneath him, and from the ground rose twisted pillars of bone and flesh, forming a grotesque altar beneath the champion's feet. The ritual had begun. Cashin watched in silence, his fists clenched. He could feel the power radiating from the champion even from this distance, dark tendrils reaching out, twisting the land, warping reality itself. The sky darkened further, thunder rumbling in the distance. The very air felt heavier, as if the planet itself was suffocating under the weight of the ritual. And Cashin did nothing. Not my fight. He turned away. The champion could have his power, his ritual, his gods. Cashin had no illusions about heroism, no delusions of stopping whatever horror the champion was trying to summon. This planet was lost. He would not die here. He opened a private channel on his Vox. Static hissed for a moment before he tuned it to the frequency Joran had given him. Goodbye, Old man, he said quietly. The vox crackled, but no response came. It didn't matter. Cashin knew where the ships would be. He checked his armor's map, the route already marked. 30 kilometers. 30 kilometers through hell. He moved. The first cultist never saw him coming. Cashin's bolt gun barked once, the round taking the heretic's head clean off. The next fell to his chainsword, the weapon screaming as it bit through flesh and bone. Cashin moved like a shadow, weaving through the ruins, killing anything that crossed his path. A mutant lunged at him from the shadows, claws raking against his armor. Cashin turned with the blow, driving his knee into the creature's gut. As it doubled over, he brought his chainsword down, severing its head with a single swing. Another group of cultists rounded the corner ahead of him. Cashin raised his bolt gun, the machine spirit guiding his aim. 3 shots. 3 kills. The cultists fell without a sound, their bodies hitting the ground before their weapons even clattered to the floor. He pushed forward, each step taking him closer to the ships. Closer to survival. The demons came next. Lesser things, hunched and feral, their claws and teeth glimmering in the firelight. Cashin moved like a blade through the dark, his chainsword singing with every kill. Blood sprayed across his armor, but he didn't stop. Didn't slow. A bloodletter roared, charging him with its hellblade raised high. Cashin sidestepped, his bolt gun barking once, twice. The daemon staggered, ichor spraying from the wounds. Cashin closed the distance, his chainsword tearing through the creature's spine. It collapsed, twitching, and Cashin moved on. The shipyard loomed ahead now, its spires barely visible through the smoke and fire. He could hear the distant rumble of engines, the faint roar of ships taking flight. Almost there. A cultist lunged from the shadows, a jagged blade slicing toward his throat. Cashin caught the blow on his gauntlet, twisting the cultist's arm until bone snapped. The heretic screamed, and Cashin silenced him with a single bolt to the chest. He ran. The shipyard was closed now. He could see the ships, their engines burning bright, preparing for launch. Just a little further. Cashin sprinted through the ruins, bolt gun and chainsword in hand. Blood soaked the ground, bodies littering his path. The machine spirit whispered in his ear, guiding his every step. He would survive. He had to. The shipyard was a fortress of steel and shadow, rising out of the smog like a mountain of rust and gunmetal. Cashin pushed forward, his boots heavy against the ferrocrete, each step echoing in the desolate expanse. The guards at the checkpoint were hard to miss, a pair of Arbit's wannabes in flak armor, las guns slung across their chests. They stood beneath the flickering lumens, eyes darting nervously toward the blood-slick figure approaching them. Cashin kept walking. Hold it. One of the guards snapped, stepping into his path. You. Stop right there. Cashin slowed, his gaze flicking over the checkpoint. A rusted security terminal. Servo skulls drifting above, their red lenses scanning the crowd. People huddled in long lines, clutching what few belongings they had. Beyond the gates, the massive silhouette of the transport ship loomed, its hull pockmarked with age and battle scars. Dictator class. Definitely. Big enough to carry a hive's worth of refugees, nobles and workers alike. Credentials, the guard demanded, his grip tightening on his rifle. Cashin reached into his armor, pulling out the data slate he had stolen. The guard snatched it from his hands, scanning the credentials. His partner shifted uneasily, eyeing Cashin's armor. The dried blood stood out in dark streaks against the ceramite plates. The smell of it lingered in the air, coppery, metallic, wrong. What the hell happened to you? The second guard muttered. Cashin met his gaze, silent. He could feel their unease, the way they shifted their weight, fingers inching toward their triggers. They didn't want a fight. They just wanted to get through their shift without dying. He could use that. The first guard frowned at the data slate. These credentials check out, but... Emperor's balls, you're a mess. You expecting us to just let you walk on like that? Cashin's jaw tightened. He reached out, not with his hands, but with his mind, the barest brush against their thoughts. Fear. Confusion. Suspicion. He pushed, gently, slipping into the cracks of their consciousness. Not enough to control them, but enough to blur the edges. Make them doubt. You don't see me, he murmured, voice barely more than a whisper. The guards stiffened. Their eyes glazed over for a moment, flickering with uncertainty. Cashin felt the tension drain from their shoulders, their thoughts sliding away from him like water down a drain. The first guard blinked, shaking his head. Hey! Must have been seeing things. He handed back the slate, waving Cashin through. Move along. Cashin slipped past without another word. The ship's interior was a labyrinth of cold steel and flickering lumens. The air smelled faintly of machine oil and ozone, the distant hum of the engines vibrating through the floor. Refugees shuffled past him, eyes downcast, their whispers lost in the endless corridors. Servoskulls hovered above, scanning faces and comparing them to the ship's manifest. Cashin moved carefully, stretching his mind outward. Each time a skull drifted near, he twisted the fabric of perception, nudging it just enough to make its sensors veer away. It was like stepping between shadows, a blind spot in the machine's gaze. The passenger quarters were little more than rows of cramped bunk rooms, each one barely big enough to lie down in. Cashin frowned. No. He needed space. Privacy. Somewhere he could take off the armor and rest. His eyes fell on a heavy door at the end of the corridor, marked with an administratum sigil. Larger than the others. Probably reserved for someone important. He reached out again, feeling for the lock's mechanism. The ship's machine spirit hummed in response, a quiet whisper in the back of his mind. He pushed against it, the latch clicking open with a soft hiss. The room was luxurious. Not by noble standards, but compared to the squalor outside, it felt like a throne room. The bed was large and soft, sheets crisp and clean. A desk sat against one wall, a small vox unit humming softly beside it. Even a tiny shrine to the emperor stood in the corner, the aquila worn smooth by years of whispered prayers. Cashin exhaled slowly, the weight of the past days crashing down on him. He stripped off his armor piece by piece, each plate hissing as the seals released. The ceramite was slick with dried blood, the machine spirit humming softly beneath his fingers as he wiped it clean. Next, he pulled out the Godwin pattern bolt pistol. The weapon felt heavy in his hands, solid, reliable. He took his time, disassembling it piece by piece. The bolt mechanism slid free with a soft click, and he ran a cloth over the firing pin, ensuring it was free of grit. The meltagun came next, bulkier, more temperamental. He checked the charge coils, ensuring the power feed was secure. Even without a manual, the mechanisms felt intuitive, like a puzzle clicking into place. By the time he finished, his hands ached, fingers raw from scrubbing carbon buildup and oiling the moving parts. He set the weapons aside, lining them up neatly next to his armor. Then, finally, he collapsed onto the bed. The ship shuddered beneath him as the engines roared to life, but he barely noticed. Every muscle in his body ached. Every breath felt like dragging glass through his lungs. Still, he was alive. That was enough. The mess hall was packed with passengers, all crammed into long rows of metal tables. Cashin slipped in unnoticed, taking a tray from a servitor and finding a seat at the edge of the room. He hadn't eaten properly in Emperor, how long had it been? The food was rich. Almost decadent. Roast groks, soft rolls slathered in butter, steaming bowls of amass-laced broth. He tore into it with the desperation of a starving man. The meat was tender, the juices running down his chin as he bit into it. The bread melted on his tongue, soft and warm, the butter thick and salty. Every bite was a revelation. His body screamed for more, muscles aching for the nutrients he'd been denied for so long. As he ate, his mind drifted. The ship's hum faded into the background, replaced by the distant echoes of memory. The screams. The gunfire. The blood. He could still feel the heat of the meltagun, the way the cultist's body had disintegrated into ash and bone. His hands tightened around the bread. He forced himself to breathe. Slow. Steady. He was alive. He had a ship. A plan. For now, that was enough. He took another bite, savoring the taste, and for the first time in what felt like a lifetime, he allowed himself to relax. Chapter 33, The Escape. Cashin's stomach still felt pleasantly full from the last meal, a rare sensation after so many days of hunger and hardship. Sleep had come easily after, heavy and dreamless, letting his body mend from the strain of overusing both his muscles and his mind. For once, he let himself indulge. No looming threats. No desperate schemes. Just a warm bed and the quiet hum of the ship beneath him. By the time he woke, another full day had passed. His limbs ached a little less, and his mind felt clearer. Not entirely back to normal, whatever that meant these days, but the worst of the exhaustion had faded. He stretched, feeling his joints pop, then settled back onto the cot with a long exhale. Not bad. But rest could only take him so far. His armor and weapons had taken a beating just like him. If he wanted to survive what came next, they needed to be in peak condition. And that meant finding someone who knew what they were doing. The ship had to have a mechanic use contingent. No vessel this size traveled without them. So Cashin made his way through the ship's corridors once more, seeking the faint canticles of the machine god and the hiss of sacred oils. The Magos wasn't hard to find. Cashin found the priest hunched over a disassembled servitor, mechadendrites flicking through parts with meticulous care. The air stank of incense and machine oil. Magos, Cashin said carefully. The tech priest turned, a red lens focusing on him. Identify. Cashin reached into his coat, withdrawing the insignia he'd received from the Magos biologist. The DNA strand gleamed faintly in the dim light, and the mechanic use symbol behind it caught the priest's attention immediately. The Magos I-word softly. Curious, the Magos intoned. The biologists do not part with such artifacts lightly. Cashin kept his expression neutral. I earned it. The Magos tilted his head. Purpose of inquiry. Cashin hesitated. How best to phrase this? He decided to go with honesty or a close enough approximation. I require assistance. He gestured for the Magos to follow. Come with me. The tech priest didn't question him. Either the insignia carried more weight than Cashin realized, or the Magos was just curious enough to humor him. Either way, they walked in silence back to Cashin's quarters. Cashin keyed the door open and stepped inside, gesturing toward the corner where his power armor stood. The Magos froze. For a long moment, there was nothing but silence. Then the tech priest stepped forward, slow and reverent. His mechadendrites curled around the edges of the armor's plates, careful not to scratch the surface. This. The Magos voice was barely a whisper. This is inquisitorial stock. He turned, the red lens focusing sharply on Cashin. Where did you acquire such a holy relic? Cashin shrugged. Found it. The Magos stared at him for a long moment, then turned back to the armor. Slowly, carefully, he knelt, placing one metal hand against the breastplate. A low stream of binaric cant poured from his vox grill, a soft hymn to the machine spirit within. Cashin stood silently, watching. When the Magos finally rose, he turned to Cashin, his expression unreadable. You seek maintenance? Cashin nodded. It's served me well. I want to keep it that way. He hesitated. I'd also like to learn. The Magos blinked. Learn. Cashin shrugged again. The armor saved my life more than once. I figure it's only right I know how to care for it properly. For a moment, the Magos said nothing. Then, slowly, he inclined his head. A worthy pursuit. The next few hours passed in a blur. The Magos guided Cashin through the proper rituals, each step a blend of practical maintenance and holy rite. They purified the armor with sacred oils, anointed its joints with unguents, and recited the proper canticles to appease its machine spirit. Cashin listened closely, following the Magos instructions to the letter. He worked the servos, cleaned the power feeds, and checked the integrity of the fiber bundles. The machine spirit purred softly beneath his fingertips, as if pleased by the attention. The Magos watched him carefully, occasionally nodding in approval. You have a gift, he said quietly. Few outside the cult mechanics possess such attunement. Cashin snorted. Just good instincts. The Magos tilted his head. Perhaps. He handed Cashin a data slate. Study this. It contains the rites of maintenance. Cashin accepted the slate, tucking it into his coat. Thanks. They moved on to the weapons next: the Godwin pattern bolt gun, the plasma gun, and the melta. The Magos' reverence only grew as each weapon was unveiled. He ran his hands along the barrels, whispering soft prayers to the machine spirits within. These are relics, the Magos said softly. Each one worthy of a shrine. Cashin chuckled. They're more useful in a fight. The Magos turned, his red lens flickering. Then, surprisingly, he laughed a dry, metallic sound. Perhaps you are right. They worked in silence for a while longer, the only sounds the hiss of sacred oils and the hum of the ship's engines. When at last the work was done, the Magos stepped back, surveying their handiwork. The armor gleamed under the dim light, its machine spirit purring softly. The weapons were clean and well-oiled, ready for battle once more. You have done well, the Magos said quietly. The Omnissiah would be pleased. Cashin smiled faintly. All paths lead to the Omnissiah. He gestured to the armor. Flesh or machine, it's all the same. Every act of understanding is worship. The Magos stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. Perhaps you are right. He placed a hand on Cashin's shoulder. Should you ever seek the path of the Mechanikus, know that you will find allies. Cashin nodded. I'll keep that in mind. As the Magos left, Cashin sat down on his cot, staring at the armor. The machine spirit purred softly in the back of his mind, a low pulse of warmth and approval. He ran a hand along the polished plates, feeling the hum beneath his fingertips. For the first time in a long while, he felt calm. Maybe things weren't so hopeless after all. The Imperator Bellum trembled beneath his boots. Captain Dallas Corvin gripped the brass railing of the command dais, knuckles white, as the ship's ancient machine spirit groaned against the planet's corrupted atmosphere. The bridge was alive with panicked vox chatter, the hurried clatter of boots, and the low drone of warning klaxons echoing through the vaulted halls. Thrusters holding at 60% output. A junior officer called out, voice strained. The gravitational pull is increasing, it's like the planet doesn't want us to leave. Corvin's jaw tightened. Increase power to the dorsal engines. I want us out of this hell before we become part of it. The Imperator Bellum was a proud vessel, a dictator-class cruiser, built to house thousands and armed to rain death upon the enemies of the Imperium. Yet as it clawed its way free of the daemon-infested world below, it felt as if the ship itself recoiled from the horrors that unfolded beneath its hull. The viewport displayed a nightmare. Where once a hive world stood, now only writhing masses of flesh and iron twisted through broken cityscapes, rivers of molten metal and blood running between shattered spires. In the atmosphere, demons soared like vultures over a dying carcass, their unnatural forms shrieking through the thin air. Lightning crackled in the clouds, splitting the sky with eerie purple and green hues. The world had turned into a nightmare-given form, a daemon world. Captain, multiple warp signatures converging on our position. The sensor officer's voice cracked. Demons, hundreds of them. Void shields holding. Corvin barked. Affirmative, but the stress is immense. I don't know how long they'll last. The ship lurched violently as a daemon collided with the shields, its form exploding into dark mist against the invisible barrier. Corvin steadied himself. Helmsman, push her harder. Break through. The helmsman, sweat pouring down his face, shoved the engine controls forward. The Imperator Bellum roared as its thrusters flared, the ship surging upward. Outside, demonic forms clawed at the vessel, trying to drag it back down into the madness below. Corvin could almost feel the hatred pressing against the hull. Suddenly, the lights flickered. A deep, bone-rattling groan echoed through the ship. For a moment, the bridge fell silent, save for the ragged breaths of its crew. Then, the Auspex screamed. Captain! A comms officer nearly stumbled over his console. Something massive, it's... Before he could finish, the viewport darkened. A colossal form pushed through the clouds, a greater daemon. Towering, monstrous, with eyes like dying stars and wings that spanned the heavens. It raised a clawed hand, and Corvin felt the temperature drop as its gaze fell upon them. The shields flared brighter, cracks of blue lightning dancing across the hull. Fire forward batteries! Corvin roared. Macro cannons thundered, filling the sky with explosive light. The daemon recoiled, screeching, as the rounds tore through its form. The ship pushed upward, straining against the planet's grip, engines howling. Almost clear of the atmosphere. The hull groaned, metal warping under the strain. Every deck felt the ship's pain as it fought against the pull of chaos itself. The air grew thick, heavy, like 1,000 invisible claws dragging the cruiser back. Corvin gritted his teeth. Come on, old girl, just a little more. Then, with a deafening crack, they breached the atmosphere. The ship lurched, momentarily weightless before the void embraced them. The view shifted, and the writhing mass of the daemon world fell behind, shrinking as they accelerated into orbit. The tension on the bridge broke, and the crew exhaled as one. Corvin slumped against the railing, heart pounding. Status. Void shields holding. Engines stabilizing. We're free, Captain. He nodded slowly, looking out into the cold darkness of space. The battle wasn't over. Not yet. But for now, they had escaped. Set course away from the planet. No warp jump now. No ship has escaped this cluster. Find a Imperium-aligned world. As the crew moved to carry out his orders, Corvin allowed himself a rare moment of relief. They had survived. For now. And in the dark, the stars watched. Chapter 34, Into the Unknown. The viewing deck was silent. The ship drifted through the void, silent save for the distant hum of its engines and the faint, almost imperceptible vibrations beneath the deck. Cashin stood among the crowd, his gaze locked on the massive viewport. Through the reinforced glass, the planet hung against the darkness of space, a once familiar silhouette now twisted into something unrecognizable. The surface churned with malevolent colors, deep reds and sickly purples swirling like bruises across the atmosphere. Black veins of corruption snaked across the continents, splitting open the crust like festering wounds. Even from orbit, he could see the flickering lights of fires still raging across the hives, consuming everything. This wasn't the world he'd grown up in. It was something else now. A chaos world. People whispered around him, voices hushed and trembling. Some wept quietly. Others simply stood, frozen in shock, eyes hollow. Every face was painted with the same expression: grief, disbelief, and the kind of numbness that only came when everything you'd known was gone. Cashin could feel it too, gnawing at his chest, a cold weight pressing down on his lungs. He was alive, but what did that mean when there was nothing left behind him but ruin? He closed his eyes for a moment, trying to push the thoughts away. But they came anyway. The faces of those he'd left behind. The ones who had died so he could make it this far. Joran. The smuggler with a crooked grin and a talent for getting in over his head. Varen. The grizzled ex-arbit who had given him his first real taste of combat. Had he made it? Or was he down there now, lost amidst the madness? Even the nameless workers he'd toiled alongside, sweating through shifts in the manufactorums, or trading hushed words in the black markets. They were all gone. Cashin clenched his jaw, fingers curling into fists. He shouldn't care. He'd told himself that more times than he could count. Warhammer wasn't a story anymore. It was real. People died. Worlds burned. He'd known that the moment he arrived. And yet... He opened his eyes. The planet still spun below, distant and cold. He hated it. Hated the hive, the endless work, the fear, the starvation. Every single day had been a fight to survive. But it was still his fight. His hell. And now even that was gone. A soft thud sounded beside him. Cashin turned, catching a glimpse of an older woman pressing her palm against the glass, tears streaming silently down her face. A young boy clung to her leg, his own eyes wide, uncomprehending. They had nothing now. None of them did. The ship rumbled softly, its engines shifting course. Cashin heard someone sob quietly behind him. Others muttered prayers. The Emperor. The Omnissiah. Anyone who might listen. He scoffed under his breath. As if gods had ever listened. Still, he couldn't tear his eyes away. The ship drifted further into the void, and the planet grew smaller. Fires burned like pinpricks of light across its surface. The once familiar continents twisted, reshaped by the warp's touch. Soon, there'd be nothing left of what it once was. Just another nightmare among countless others. Cashin exhaled slowly, the tension easing from his shoulders. He should feel relieved. He'd escaped. Survived. But all he felt was empty. He turned away from the viewport. There was nothing left to see. Tomorrow, he would keep moving. He would learn. But tonight, he would mourn. For the first time since coming to this hell, Cashin allowed himself to grieve. And for a while, that was enough. Captain Dialis Corwin stood at the head of the stratageum table, the dim glow of the hololithic display casting sharp shadows across his stern features. Around him, his senior officers sat in silence, the weight of their situation pressing heavily upon them. The ship's recent escape from the chaos-consumed planet had been harrowing, but their current predicament offered little solace. "Let's review our status," Corwin began, his voice steady but laced with underlying tension. "Astropathic communication is compromised, and warp travel is currently deemed too hazardous. Our supplies are limited, and we lack a clear destination. I need options, gentlemen." Lieutenant Commander Renauld, the ship's master of ordnance, leaned forward, his brow furrowed. "Captain, without the ability to enter the warp, our range is severely restricted. The nearest known Imperial world, Vos Prime, is several months away at sublight speeds, assuming it's still under Imperial control. That's a significant assumption, interjected Navigator Halbrecht, his pale eyes reflecting the ethereal light of the display. The warp is in turmoil. Even if we could chart a course, there's no guarantee we'd arrive safely or in a timely manner. Chief Chirurgeon Ilara Varen, her medical robe still stained from the recent influx of wounded, spoke up next. Our medical supplies are dwindling. We can manage for now, but any unforeseen circumstances could tip us into a crisis. Corwin nodded, absorbing the information. What about our current position? Are there any resources within reach? Lieutenant Soren, the ship's chief Vox officer, adjusted his headset, scanning through frequencies. Captain, we've been monitoring local signals. There's a faint distress beacon emanating from the derelict station Omega-12, an old mining outpost abandoned decades ago. It's approximately 2 weeks away at our current speed. An abandoned station. Renault's skepticism was evident. It could be a trap or worse, a beacon for scavengers and pirates. Or it could be a lifeline, Varen countered. If the station's life support systems are functional, we could replenish our oxygen supplies. There might also be medical stores left behind. Navigator Halbrecht stroked his chin thoughtfully. Accessing the station's logs could provide us with valuable information about the surrounding systems, perhaps even chart a safer route. Corwin weighed the options, his gaze fixed on the rotating holographic representation of their ship. What do we know about Omega-12? Soren tapped a few commands into his console, bringing up fragmented data. It was decommissioned due to depleted resources and structural instabilities. However, there's no record of it being dismantled or repurposed. Captain, Renault interjected, if we divert to this station, we risk precious time and resources. If it's compromised or beyond repair, we gain nothing and lose valuable momentum. Varen's eyes flashed with determination. But if it's operational, even partially, it could mean the difference between survival and demise. We owe it to the crew and passengers to investigate every potential refuge. The room fell silent, all eyes on Captain Corwin as he deliberated. The weight of command pressed heavily upon him, each decision a potential pivot between life and death. Set a course for Omega-12, he ordered finally. Maintain heightened alertness and prepare for all contingencies. We move with caution but also with purpose. The officers nodded, each understanding the gravity of the decision. As they dispersed to relay orders and make preparations, Corwin remained, staring at the holographic display. The vastness of space loomed around them, filled with unknown perils and slim hopes. Emperor, protect us, he murmured, the solitary whisper swallowed by the hum of the ship's systems. The Imperator Bellum drifted silently through the void, the bulk of Omega-12 growing larger in the viewing ports as the ship approached. Captain Dialis Corwin stood at the head of the stratagem, his eyes locked on the flickering hollow display of the derelict station. The officers around him shifted uneasily in their seats, the silence stretching too long. No one wanted to speak first. No one wanted to admit what they were all thinking, that they were adrift in a dead cluster, and no one was coming to save them. Corwin broke the silence. Status report. Lieutenant Soren, the ship's chief Vox officer, cleared his throat and straightened in his chair. Omega-12 is minimally powered, Captain. Life support is running, barely. No active life signs. No signals aside from the distress beacon we picked up earlier. And the station's structural integrity? Corwin asked. Lieutenant Commander Renault, Master of Ordnance, shifted forward, tapping the display. Scans show the station's hull is intact. We can dock manually, but the mag locks are shot. We'll have to secure a tether and send a team over in void suits. Time frame. Docking will take 2 hours. Exploratory sweep? Half a day, if we're careful. Corwin nodded. Do it. We'll dock and send a team to sweep the station for supplies and data. Be thorough but quick. Renault hesitated. Captain, with respect. We don't know what's in there. It's been abandoned for decades. It could be a trap. Pirates, scavengers, or worse. Corwin's gaze hardened. We don't have the luxury of caution, Lieutenant Commander. We're running low on food, water, and air. Unless you know of another friendly port in this cursed cluster, Omega-12 is our best shot. Renault pressed his lips together and gave a curt nod. Aye, Captain. Corwin swept his eyes across the room. You all know our situation. Warp travel is off the table, the currents are too violent, the Geller field too unstable. We're stuck crawling through the void on sublight engines, and every hour we drift is another hour closer to starvation. Omega-12 is the only lead we've got. We make it count. The officers exchanged grim looks but gave their assent. Dismissed, Corwin ordered. Renaud, get your team ready. The station was quiet. Too quiet. The sound of boots against metal grated against the silence as Renaud's team swept through the darkened corridors. Their helmet lamps sliced through the shadows, illuminating rusted bulkheads and faded warning signs. Air's stale, but breathable, reported Varen, the ship's chief chirurgeon, her voice crackling through the vox. Life support must be running on emergency power. Renaud pressed ahead, his lasgun held at the ready. Stay sharp. I don't like this. They moved deeper into the station, past abandoned workstations and rusted machinery. The place felt wrong, not in the way of lurking enemies, but in the weight of its silence. Like the station itself had been forgotten by time. Command center ahead, Soren called, his light falling on a massive blast door. Let's get it open. After some coaxing, the door groaned open, revealing the darkened control room beyond. Consoles flickered dimly, their displays filled with garbled data. Renaud approached the main console, wiping away a layer of dust before activating the system. The screen flickered to life, lines of code scrolling past before settling on a simple prompt. Access logs? Captain, Renaud voxed, we're in. Accessing station logs now. Corwin stood in the stratagem once more, his officers gathered around the hollow display. Renaud's team had returned, empty-handed save for a single data slate pulled from the station's logs. No supplies, Renaud reported, his jaw tight with frustration. The station was stripped clean before it was abandoned. What little remained was either spoiled or unusable. Murmurs of dismay rippled through the officers. Corwin silenced them with a glance. And the data? Soren slid the slate across the table. We found a reference to a planet. Caravarn. It was once a minor civilized world before the cluster fell into chaos. The station's logs mention a supply cache hidden beneath its surface, munitions, rations, possibly fuel. Caravarn. Corwin frowned, searching his memory. I've heard of it. Isn't it deep in the cluster? Soren nodded grimly. Yes, sir. And there's no telling what we'll find there. The last recorded transmission from the planet was nearly 2 decades ago, and it wasn't good. The logs mention civil unrest, cult activity, and worse. How far? Corwin asked quietly. 6 months at our current speed. Maybe more, depending on the condition of the sublight engines. The room fell silent once more. 6 months adrift in the void, with no guarantee that Caravarn would offer anything more than a slow death. Corwin closed his eyes, weighing their options. There weren't many. We set course for Caravarn, he ordered finally. It's a gamble, but it's the only lead we've got. We'll travel dark, avoid attention. I want all departments running double shifts to conserve resources. Every ounce of energy counts. Renaud hesitated. Sir, and if we get there and find nothing? Corwin's gaze hardened. Then we die. But at least we'll die trying. No one spoke after that. Orders were given. The ship shifted course. The engines rumbled beneath their feet, pushing them further into the unknown. He turned away. There was no salvation to be found behind them. Only death. Ahead, perhaps the same. Volume end. Chapter 35, Author's Note. Hey, author here. We've hit 34 chapters and crossed 70,000 words. Honestly, I still can't believe I've stuck with something this long term. Writing this has been an amazing experience, not just because I love storytelling, but because it's helped me improve my skill along the way. This has been a passion project through and through, and I'm glad to see it take shape. Of course, looking back, there are some things I'd like to tweak, some pacing issues, minor inconsistencies, maybe a few choices I could have handled better. But that's the nature of writing. Every author wishes they could go back in time and improve their work, and that's actually a good thing. It means there's always room to grow. You know? With that said, this FIC will be on a short hiatus for a week, my stockpile is running out. I need to recharge, get some solid outlining done for the next arc, and just take a breather before diving back in. If you have any thoughts, suggestions, or ideas on how the story can improve, feel free to drop a comment or review. I'd love to hear your feedback. Thanks for all your support, and see you soon. Cheers, J. Comment. 25 Comment. Vote. Chapter 36, The Omniscia's Path. I am back, guys. This week goal is 500 power stones. Enjoy. 6 months later. Cashin's eyes snapped open in the dark, breath steady, body still. The low hum of the ship's engines thrummed faintly through the floor. His quarters were large, far larger than what any common crewman could ever dream of. A proper bed, a steel desk, a small armory against the far wall, and enough space to move freely. He'd made sure of that. 6 months aboard the Imperator Bellum had taught him more than just the workings of the ship. Minds were easy to nudge when you knew how. A whisper of authority here, a subtle push there, and the quartermaster had become convinced that Cashin belonged in officer quarters. No one questioned it after that. They never did. He sat up, running a hand through his hair. 15 now. The past year felt distant, blurred, like a different life. Even his reflection had changed. His body had grown leaner, harder, the softness of youth burned away through relentless training. His mind, though, that was where the real change had happened. His thoughts lined up cleanly, faster than before. Ideas clicked into place with a clarity that felt almost unnatural. The mimetic virus had sharpened him, his mind now a weapon honed to cut through knowledge and extract understanding. Learning had become a pleasure not just for the sake of power, but because it felt right. Like he was meant to grasp these things. Cashin closed his eyes and reached out. There were minds. Distant, faint, dulled by sleep and the ship's bulkheads, but he felt them. The disciplined focus of the bridge crew stood out against the background hum of lesser minds. Cashin pushed further, expanding his awareness like a ripple across still water. The sensation was strange, not sight, not sound, but a presence. He inhaled slowly, focusing. Then, carefully, he pushed. A whisper of thought drifted into the mind of a sleeping crewman. Nothing complex, just a nudge, a flicker of unease. He felt the ripple of discomfort, the subconscious stirring as a dream turned sour. Cashin withdrew before it became more than that. It wasn't the first time. In the hive, he'd used it to slip past arbits and cultists alike, planting doubt and fear in equal measure. He hadn't fully understood what he was doing then. Now he did. Every day, his grasp of telepathy grew stronger. He stood, rolling his shoulders. His body moved differently now, smoother, more controlled. The weakness of his old life had been carved away by months of relentless effort. Training was a ritual. Physical conditioning. Combat drills. Hours spent poring over Mechanicus texts. Each day a step closer to mastery. The Magos biologist had given him his first glimpse into the secrets of the flesh. Cashin had devoured those lessons, learning about cellular structures, genetic markers, and biological augmentation. Each piece of knowledge added a layer of understanding to his own body, what it had been, what it could become. But it was Magos Farron who had opened the door to the machine. Lessons were never given directly. Instead, Farron made Cashin watch, observe, and when he failed to understand, he was left to puzzle it out on his own. Cashin didn't mind. His mind worked faster now, connections forming in seconds where others might take hours. The thrill of understanding drove him forward. Power armor maintenance had been his first test. The delicate art of calibrating servos, balancing the power feed, and ensuring the sacred machine spirits were properly appeased. The bolt gun was a lesson in itself, the of recoil and gas venting, the meditative process of stripping, cleaning, and reassembling. But the real prize had been the chainsword. Farron had let him disassemble it once. The memory burned vividly in Cashin's mind, the scent of sacred oils, the whir of the chain drive, the glimmer of polished teeth. Every piece of the weapon was a testament to craftsmanship and perfection. Piecing it back together had been like understanding the heartbeat of a predator. Now, as he stood in the quiet of his quarters, he reached for his telepathic senses once more. This time, he pushed further. The sensation expanded, his mind reaching out across the cold corridors. He could feel the flickers of other minds, faint and distant. Then he tried something new. He focused on a single mind, a crewman passing through a distant hallway. Cashin pushed, not with fear or doubt, but with a command. Stop! The crewman stumbled. Cashin felt the moment of confusion, the sudden halt in movement. Then the man shook his head and continued on his way. He exhaled slowly. There was still more to learn. Every day, he pushed himself further, refining his skills, testing his limits. The warp was dangerous. He knew that. Every use of his power risked drawing the wrong kind of attention. But Cashin didn't have the luxury of fear. He needed to be ready. 6 months had passed. He wasn't the same person anymore. The boy who had scraped by in the hive, clinging to scraps and shadows, was gone. In his place stood something sharper. Harder. Cashin grabbed his lasgun, sliding it into its holster. As he stepped into the corridor, the hum of the ship greeted him once more. The Imperator Bellum sailed through the void, its destination uncertain. Cashin didn't know what lay ahead. But whatever it was, he would be ready. The corridors of the ship stretched on in silence, save for the distant hum of the ship's core. Cashin's boots echoed faintly against the metal deck as he made his way toward the engineering section. The air here felt different, heavier, tinged with the faint scent of machine oil and ozone. Pipes ran along the walls like veins, pulsing with unseen energy. The Mechanicu's enclave aboard the ship was a world of its own. Servo skulls hovered silently through the corridors, their optics glowing a soft red. Tech priests moved with purpose, their robes swaying with every precise step. Incantations drifted through the air, prayers to the Omnissiah whispered over flickering consoles. Cashin found Magos Farron where he always did, in the heart of the ship's machine bay. The room was vast, lit by the cold glow of lumen strips overhead. Machinery loomed in every corner, their forms half hidden in shadow. Farron stood before a massive cogitator array, his mechadendrites weaving through the air as he worked. The Magos was an imposing figure. His red robes fell in heavy folds around his augmented frame, the faint hiss of pistons accompanying every movement. Augmetic limbs moved with mechanical freedom, while his face, what little remained of it, was a pale mask of flesh and metal. A single crimson optic glimmered beneath his hood, flickering as it scanned a data slate. Cashin cleared his throat. Magos. Farron turned, the motion unnaturally smooth. His augmetic eye whirred softly as it focused on Cashin. Initiate veil, he intoned, his voice a mechanical rasp. You are punctual. Cashin nodded. You wanted to see me? Affirmative. Farron gestured toward a workbench, where a partially disassembled servitor lay in silence. The sacred machine requires attention. You will observe. Cashin stepped forward, eyes narrowing as he took in the servitor's exposed mechanisms. Pistons and gears gleamed beneath the harsh light, each component carefully aligned. He watched as Farron's mechadendrites moved with practiced ease, slotting pieces into place with mechanical precision. Notice the alignment of the cranial interface, Farron said, his tone flat. Deviation from optimal placement risks cognitive dissonance. The Omnissiah demands perfection. Cashin leaned closer, studying the delicate web of circuitry beneath the servitor's skull. Understood. Farron adjusted a power relay with a soft click. The cortex implant interfaces directly with the occipital lobe, he explained. This facilitates visual data processing. A misalignment of even 1 micron results in corrupted sensory input. He pointed to a thin cable, its copper strands glimmering. Reconnect. Cashin hesitated, then carefully guided the cable into place. The servitor twitched as the connection was made, its limbs jerking once before falling still. He glanced at Farron. Like that. The Magos inclined his head. Adequate. They worked in silence for a time, the only sounds the soft click of tools and the hum of machinery. Cashin moved with purpose, handing Farron the proper instruments as needed. He'd learned long ago that the Magos valued silence over idle chatter. Still, there were things he wanted to know. As Farron adjusted a power relay, Cashin spoke. Magos. I've been thinking about the nature of the machine spirit. Farron paused, turning his gaze toward Cashin. Elaborate. Cashin hesitated. In the hive, machine spirits were revered. Prayers, oils, rituals. But here, on this ship, the relationship feels different. More practical. He gestured to the servitor. You don't seem to rely as heavily on the rituals. Farron regarded him for a long moment. The Omnissiah's wisdom is vast, he said at last. Interpretation varies. His mechadendrites clicked softly. In the depths of the Forge worlds, ritual is paramount. The sanctity of the machine must be preserved. Here, aboard the Imperator Bellum, necessity breeds pragmatism. Cashin frowned. So, faith is secondary. Incorrect. Farron's voice was sharper now, his crimson optic flashing. Faith is the foundation. Rituals serve as conduits, ensuring proper communion. But understanding. He gestured toward the servitor. Understanding is the truest form of worship. Cashin considered that. Knowledge is faith. Correct. Farron turned back to his work. To know the machine is to honor it. To wield its power without understanding is heresy. They lapsed into silence once more, the weight of Farron's words settling over Cashin. He watched as the Magos sealed the servitor's cranial plating, the soft hiss of pneumatics filling the air. After a moment, Cashin stepped forward. What's next? Farron handed him a calibration tool. The motor cortex relay requires adjustment. Observe the voltage differentials. Cashin carefully aligned the tool with the implant, watching as readouts flickered across the cogitator screen. The relay hummed beneath his fingertips, warmth bleeding through the metal casing. He made minute adjustments, each twist of the tool met with a soft click. Good, Farron murmured. You are doing well. Hours slipped by unnoticed. Cashin worked with quiet focus, each task more complex than the last. He replaced worn actuators, calibrated synaptic relays, and aligned servomotors with near-perfect accuracy. Farron offered little guidance, only stepping in when absolutely necessary. By the time the servitor stirred, its limbs moving with mechanical grace, Cashin felt a strange sense of satisfaction. He wiped the sweat from his brow, watching as the machine came to life. Farron regarded him silently, his crimson optic glowing softly. You have done well. Cashin inclined his head. Thank you, Magos. Farron turned back to the servitor, his mechadendrites curling in the air. Come. There is more work to be done. Cashin followed without hesitation. The path was long, but he would walk it. One step at a time. Cashin Vale status page. Age, 15. Race, human, Imperium. Occupation, survivor of Hive Desoluem. Stats. Physique, E, 6/20. Dexterity, E, 5/20. Intelligence, E, 17/20. Wisdom, E, 8/20. Affinity, E, 2/20. Perks. Danger sense. Precision refinement. Insightful awareness. Favor of machine spirits. Adaptive physiology. Skills. Lexicon proficiency level 28. Melee weapon proficiency level 42. Physical conditioning level 86. Hand-to-hand combat level 62. Firearms proficiency level 60. Mental discipline level 15. Telepathy level 18. Tech maintenance level 14. Chapter 37, Silent Extraction. The distant hum of the Imperator Bellum's engines had become background noise to Cashin. It was a constant, steady rhythm, one he had long since learned to tune out. In the dim light of the machine bay, where the sacred incense of the Mechanikus still clung to the air, Cashin focused all his efforts on the mind before him. Lex Mechanikus, one of the ship's lesser techno-savants, stood rigid in front of him, his posture unnaturally stiff. The Mechanikus' robes hung loosely over his augmented frame, the glow of his ocular implants flickering erratically as Cashin's influence took hold. The man wasn't unconscious, but he wasn't truly aware either. A careful balancing act, Cashin's telepathy sinking into the depths of his mind, extracting layers of knowledge without triggering alarm. Not invasive enough to cause distress, but deep enough to siphon what Cashin needed. Repair schematics. Maintenance protocols. The inner workings of the ship. Every piece of information was carefully plucked from the Magos's mind and stored away in Cashin's own. The techniques, the proper rites, the alignment of circuits and the prayers to appease the machine spirit, Lex Mechanikus knew them all. And now, so did Cashin. He exhaled slowly, maintaining control. The warp was a treacherous thing. Power flowed through him in threads, subtle tendrils of influence wrapping around the Magos's consciousness. He had learned to keep his touch light to guide, not to crush. This was an experiment, as much as it was a necessity. His telepathy had grown sharper, but it still required practice. The crude application of brute force mind control was beneath him now. As he probed deeper, flickers of foreign thoughts passed through the link, static-like fragments of prayers to the Omnissiah, memories of mechanical rites performed in reverence. But then... Attention, crew of the Imperator Bellum. The ship-wide Vox announcement shattered his focus. Cashin's eyes widened, his mental grip slipping in an instant. The backlash hit like a hammer. A spike of searing pain tore through his skull, blinding white agony lancing behind his eyes. The warp recoiled, its touch briefly unrestrained, and for a moment, the air around him seemed heavier, charged with unseen static. Cashin staggered, gripping the metal railing beside him. His breathing was sharp, ragged, his fingers twitching as the psychic strain clawed at his nerves. His vision swam black spots eating at the edges. Damn it! Too much! He had overreached. Not enough to cause real damage, but enough to leave him reeling. Approaching caravan. Estimated arrival, 12 days. All personnel to remain on standby. The announcement concluded, but Cashin barely heard the rest. His mind was still ringing, his skull pulsing with the aftershock of psychic exertion. He forced himself to steady his breathing. In. Hold. Out. A practiced rhythm. He focused inward, drawing upon the meditation techniques he had developed. The warp's corrosive power gnawed at his mind, but he anchored himself to reality, shutting out the lingering remnants of pain. Slowly, the migraine dulled. The tension in his muscles eased. The sharp, grating pull of the warp receded. My mind is my own. By the time his vision cleared, Lex Mechanikus was still standing in place, motionless, his mind unaware of the violation that had just occurred. Cashin straightened, brushing sweat from his brow. Good. No permanent damage. His telepathy had grown more skilled, but there were still limits. He had extracted knowledge, experimented with influence, but maintaining control under stress that needed work. The ship-wide announcement had thrown him off, proving that even now, he was not yet perfect. His grip on his abilities was strong. But it needed to be unshakable. With a silent command, Cashin withdrew his influence. The Magoss's head tilted slightly, as if waking from a trance, his mechanical eyes refocusing. Lex Mechanikus blinked. I seem to have lost my train of thought. Cashin gave a small smile. Long hours will do that. The Magoss considered his words before nodding. Indeed. The Omniscia's work is unending. With that, he turned away, continuing his duties as though nothing had happened. Cashin exhaled, shaking off the remnants of warp exposure. He had what he needed. 12 days. 12 days until caravan. 7 days passed. Cashin spent most of that time in quiet focus, honing his telepathy and refining his control over the warp. Each brush against a mind was smoother than the last. His touch was lighter, almost surgical. The headaches still came, but they were dull aches instead of blinding spikes. By now, the Imperator Bellum had settled into a familiar rhythm. The ship's crew went about their duties with the quiet urgency of men and women who had been stranded in the void for far too long. Resources were thinning. Morale had dipped. People rarely spoke unless necessary. Cashin noticed the shift, but kept to himself. But that didn't mean they ignored him. Over the past 6 months, his presence had grown harder to overlook even with his telepathy. Even when he tried to blend in, eyes lingered. Whispers spread. The Arbit who wore power armor. Some looked at him with respect. Others with caution. It made little difference to Cashin. What mattered was that the crew itself had noticed. A junior officer, barely out of his teens, found Cashin in the lower decks and passing along the message. An invitation from the captain himself informing him to be present at an important meeting at captain's quarters. The quarters themselves were dimly lit, the air thick with the scent of recaf and stale incense. The room was Spartan bare walls, a steel desk, and a single flickering cogitator screen. Dealys Corwin sat at the head of the table, his scarred face visible to all present in the meeting. Around him stood the ship's senior crew. Lieutenant Commander Reynold leaning against the far wall, arms crossed over his chest, face unreadable. Hal Brecht, the ship's navigator, sat hunched in his chair, eyes closed probably due to staring at literal hell to chart courses every day. Chief Chirurgeon Alara Warren stood near the door, her gaze distant, as if reminiscing. Lieutenant Soren was quiet, he stood at Corwin's right. Cashin remained silent, as he walked into the meeting room. Corwin cleared his throat. We're closing in on caravan. His voice was low, rough with disuse. 5 days. Give or take. A silence settled over the room. Cashin folded his arms, listening. Corwin tapped on his cogitator, and a grainy hollow map flickered into view. A planet hung suspended in the air, spinning slowly in the dim light. Caravan, Corwin continued. Civilized world. Or at least, it was. He leaned forward, his gaze sweeping across the room. Last transmission was 20, maybe 30 years ago. Reports of uprisings. Cult activity. He exhaled sharply. After that, silence. Soren grunted. Could be dead. Or worse. No way to know, Corwin said. But it's our only shot. Supplies are running thin. We can't keep crawling through the void forever. His eyes darkened. If there's anything left down there, food, fuel, shelter, we need it. The silence deepened. Cashin glanced around the table, watching the others carefully. Reynold shifted in his seat. Assuming the planet isn't a death trap. Assuming, Corwin agreed. He turned toward Lurin. Chief Engineer. The hunched tech priest tilted his head, the soft whir of servos filling the air. The ship's sublight engines will hold, Lurin rasped. But we lack the resources for long-term repairs. If we don't dock somewhere soon. He trailed off, the unspoken truths hanging heavy. Corwin nodded grimly. Suggestions. Soren shifted, arms crossed. We approach slow. Scan the surface before we commit. If there's a threat, we don't land. Reynold frowned. And if there's nothing? What then? Then we pray, Corwin muttered. His gaze shifted to Cashin. Arbit. Cashin straightened. He hadn't expected to be addressed so directly, but he met the captain's gaze. We don't have the luxury of choice, he said quietly. If there's a chance of survival down there, we take it. Corwin studied him for a moment, then nodded. Agreed. The meeting ended without ceremony. As the others filed out, Cashin lingered for a moment, watching the hollow map spin slowly in the darkness. Caravarn. Another dead world. Or maybe worse. Either way, they were heading straight for it. The ship shuddered as it made contact with the planet's surface. The Imperator Bellum had docked far from any civilization, nestled into a barren stretch of land that stretched endlessly beneath a rust-colored sky. The void shields hummed faintly as the ramp lowered, and a dry wind howled through the open hatch. Cashin stood in the embarking bay, checking his weapons one last time. The hiss of his power armor's servos filled the silence as he moved, the Mark 7 plates shifting seamlessly with each motion. The armor's black sheen drank in the dim light, the inquisitorial seal on his pauldron glinting faintly. The weight of the Godwin pattern bolter was familiar in his hands, the cold metal resting against his armor like an old companion. The melta gun hung from a maglock at his hip, a brutal promise of destruction. Across his back, his chain sword purred softly, dormant but eager. He caught the occasional glance from the crew as they passed. Some eyes lingered longer than others, cautious, curious. Power armor wasn't unheard of, but seeing it worn by a man who wasn't Astartes, well, it turned heads. Cashin ignored them. Let them stare. The air tasted wrong. Even through his helmet's filters, he could feel it. Stale. Heavy. A voice crackled over the vox. Contacting local channels. All frequencies. The comms officer's tone was strained. Still nothing. No response. Cashin glanced at the others. Corwin stood at the edge of the ramp, his scarred face unreadable. Reynold checked the charge on his last pistol, expression tight. Hal Brecht hunched slightly, the navigator's gaunt features drawn even paler than usual. Alara Warren stood a little apart, eyes scanning the horizon. Soren was silent, as always, his gaze sharp. Radio silence, Corwin muttered. Never a good sign. No. Cashin shifted his grip on the bolter. It's not. The crew had debated their approach for hours. No signals, no signs of life, just a dead planet under a dead sky. Fuel was running low. Food supplies were thinning. The Imperator Bellum couldn't stay in the void much longer. Whether they liked it or not, they had to land. And if there were cultists, well, cultists needed food too. Corwin glanced at the crew. We move in a small team. No sense in risking everyone. His eyes settled on Cashin. You're with me. Cashin gave a slight nod. No arguments. The ramp lowered fully, the hydraulic hiss fading into the dry wind. Cashin stepped out first, boots thudding against cracked earth. The landscape stretched out before them, barren and quiet. Jagged rocks jutted from the ground like broken teeth, and the horizon shimmered faintly beneath a hazy sun. There were no sounds. No distant hum of machines. No calls of wildlife. Just silence. Cashin shifted his bolter, scanning the terrain. The land sloped downward, leading into a shallow valley where twisted metal and rusted debris hinted at long-abandoned settlements. Farther out, dark shapes loomed against the horizon, half-crumbled structures, maybe. Or a city. Corwin stepped up beside him. We move in pairs. Scan the area. Look for signs of life. He paused. Or death. Cashin fell into step beside him, the soft whir of his armor's servos the only sound as they moved forward. Chapter 38, First Contact. Cashin's boots crunched against dry soil, the weight of his power armor making each step sink slightly into the earth. The sun hung low in the sky, its pale light casting long shadows across the land. The city loomed ahead, a sprawl of metal and stone rising against the horizon. From a distance, it looked intact, not the crumbling ruins they'd feared. That alone was unsettling. After months adrift in the void, they'd braced for the worst. Cashin shifted his grip on the Godwin pattern bolter. Beside him, Captain Corwin marched in silence, his hand resting on the pommel of his chainsword. The others followed in a loose formation: Reynold, Hal Breck, Alara Warren, Soren, and a small squad of armed crewmen. Their eyes darted across the landscape, scanning for movement, but there was nothing. No wildlife. No wind. Just stillness. As they neared the city's edge, the quiet gave way to sound. Faint at first, the distant murmur of voices, the hum of machinery. Then, as they crested a ridge, the city opened before them. It was alive. People moved through the streets, going about their business with a calm manner. Automobiles rumbled past, their engines purring smoothly. Market stalls lined the main thoroughfare, vendors hawking wares to passing citizens. Children laughed as they darted between the legs of adults. The buildings were tall and clean, their facades showing little sign of neglect. There were no signs of war. No signs of chaos. Cashin tensed. It felt wrong. After so long on edge, this normalcy was unsettling. He felt Corwin stiffen beside him. The others slowed, eyes scanning the crowd. Weapons down, Corwin muttered. No sudden moves. They advanced cautiously, boots echoing against the stone streets. Heads turned as they passed. People slowed, eyes widening as they caught sight of Cashin's armor, the seal gleaming in the sunlight. Whispers spread through the crowd, but there was no panic. Only curiosity. A group of men approached from the far side of the square. Their clothing was clean high-collared jackets, polished boots, and subtle sigils of office pinned to their chests. One man stepped forward, tall and lean, his dark hair neatly combed. He raised a hand in greeting. "Welcome, travelers," the man said, voice smooth. "I am Magistrate Callan Rowe. You've come a long way, I imagine." Cashin studied him carefully. The man's eyes were sharp, but his posture was open. No weapons. No guards. Just calm, polite curiosity. Corwin stepped forward, offering a nod. "Captain Dielis Corwin of the Imperator Bellum. We've come seeking aid. Our ship is in need of resupply." The magistrate's brow furrowed slightly, concern flickering across his face. "I see. You'll find the people of Caravarn are not without hospitality." He gestured towards the city. "Please. Walk with me. We can discuss what aid we may offer." Corwin glanced at Cashin. Cashin gave a slight nod, lowering his bolter. The others followed suit, though their grips remained tight. They fell in step behind the magistrate, eyes scanning the crowd as they moved deeper into the city. The streets were clean. The air smelled faintly of metal and ozone, but it lacked the usual stench of industry. People watched them pass, some offering polite nods, others whispering behind raised hands. Cashin caught snippets of conversation, idle chatter, trade negotiations, children arguing over sweets. Normal. Almost too normal. As they walked, Rowe glanced at Corwin. "You mentioned your ship is in need of supplies. May I ask what brought you to our world?" Corwin hesitated, then shrugged. "Warp storms. We were cut off. Needed a place to dock." Rowe nodded slowly. "Yes, the storms. We've been isolated for some time. Communications have been difficult." He glanced at Cashin. "You wear the armor of the Inquisition. Should we be concerned?" Cashin met his gaze. "Not yet." Rowe's lips twitched in what might have been amusement. "I see." They reached a large plaza, where a fountain bubbled quietly in the center. Benches lined the square, occupied by people reading data slates or sipping drinks from metal canisters. Rowe stopped, turning to face them. "I understand your caution," he said. "But you'll find no enemies here." Caravarn is a civilized world, Captain Corwin. We are a people of order and tradition. Corwin studied him for a long moment, then gave a curt nod. Good. Rose smiled faintly. Come. Let us speak further. I believe we may be able to help one another. Cashin exchanged a glance with Corwin, then fell into step behind the magistrate once more. For the first time in weeks, the tension in his chest eased. But not entirely. The plaza was quiet, save for the soft trickle of the fountain and the distant murmur of city life. Magistrate Rose stood before the visitors, hands folded neatly behind his back, his expression calm and welcoming. The crew, Cashin among them, kept a respectful distance as Captain Corwin stepped forward to speak. Corwin studied Roe carefully. The magistrate had been polite, accommodating even, but something about the place sat wrong. The city was too clean. Too quiet. The people too orderly. Still, he pushed the unease aside. They needed fuel and supplies, and these people weren't pointing guns at them. That was more than he could say for most worlds they'd visit. Magistrate, Corwin began, his voice even, we appreciate the hospitality. It's more than we expected after so long in the void. He glanced around the plaza. Your city, it seems untouched. We'd heard rumors. Warp storms. Civil unrest. Rose's expression shifted, just for a moment. Barely noticeable. Then the polite smile returned. Ah, yes. The storms. They've made communication unreliable, to say the least. As for unrest, you must be referring to the uprising. Corwin frowned. Uprising. Roe waved a hand dismissively. A minor disturbance. 30 years ago now. Workers grew restless, as they sometimes do. Economic pressures, labor disputes, nothing extraordinary. The enforcers handled it swiftly. Corwin raised an eyebrow. From what we heard, it was more than a labor dispute. The magistrate chuckled softly. Rumors tend to grow in the telling, Captain. I assure you, it was a local matter. Order was restored, and Caravarn has enjoyed peace ever since. Cashin frowned behind his helmet. 30 years wasn't that long. For a uprising, even less. There should have been scars, damaged infrastructure, signs of conflict, something. But the city looked pristine. Almost unnaturally so. Corwin shifted his weight, eyes narrowing. And the rest of the planet? We tried hailing your authorities. No response. Ah. Roe nodded, as if he'd expected the question. The storms have made off-world communication difficult. Even planetary vox traffic can be unreliable at times. He gestured vaguely towards the sky. It's unfortunate, but we manage. Corwin's jaw tightened slightly. The silence stretched. Finally, he exhaled, shifting gears. We're in need of fuel and supplies. How quickly can that be arranged? Rose's smile widened. Of course. Caravarn is a trading hub. We can accommodate your needs. He tilted his head slightly. Might I ask how long you intend to stay? Corwin hesitated. He didn't like giving out information so freely, but the truth was simple enough. Long enough to refuel and make necessary repairs. Travel hasn't been kind. Roe nodded thoughtfully. Understandable. The storms have been unpredictable. He clasped his hands together. We'll assist where we can. Your crew is welcome to make use of our facilities. I'm sure you'll find the city quite accommodating. Corwin offered a tight nod. Appreciate it. The magistrate smiled again, then inclined his head. If there's anything else you require, simply ask. He turned smoothly, gesturing for them to follow. Come. I'll arrange accommodations. As they walked, Corwin leaned towards Cashin, keeping his voice low. Thoughts? Cashin frowned beneath his helm. Feels off. Corwin nodded. Agreed. But we don't have much choice. Still, they needed fuel. Supplies. Rest. Whatever suspicions lingered, they'd have to wait. For now. The crew returned to the ship in silence, steps echoing through the metal corridors as they made their way to the briefing hall. The air inside felt stale, recycled too many times, the hum of life support a constant reminder of how long they'd been drifting. Word spread quickly by the time Captain Corwin stood before the assembled officers and nobles. The room was full. Faces, pale from months without natural light, turned towards him with quiet anticipation. Corwin kept his tone even, steady. The planet's safe. He paused, considering his words. As safe as it can be. A ripple of relief moved through the crowd. The nobles, draped in what finery they could still muster, exchanged quiet glances. For them, safety meant more than just survival, it meant a return to comfort. We'll begin refueling and resupplying immediately, Corwin continued. The locals have been accommodating. He didn't mention the unease that gnawed at the back of his mind. No need to stir panic. Cashin stood at the edge of the crowd, arms folded, watching the faces carefully. Relief. Hope. They were too eager to believe things would be simple. Too quick to forget how quickly things could turn. He turned and left before Corwin finished speaking. There was something he needed to do. The Magos workshop was a cold, sterile place. Machinery whirred softly in the dim light, red optics glimmering in the shadows. Cashin stepped inside, the hiss of the door sealing behind him. Magos Farron stood at a workbench, hunched over a disassembled servo skull, mechadendrites shifting and clicking as they worked. Magos. Cashin's voice was quiet but firm. Farron turned, the red glow of his optics sweeping over Cashin's armored form. Initiate veil. The voice was metallic, distorted through the vox. Assistance required. Cashin hesitated. He didn't trust anyone. Not really. But if there was one person who wouldn't betray him, it was Farron. The Mechanics didn't deal in secrets or politics. And they were aligned. I need you to store my armor, Cashin said, stripping off his gauntlet and placing it on the workbench with a heavy thud. Keep it secure. Farron's optics flickered, scanning the Mark 7 power armor. Inquisition stock. Sacred. Why relinquish it? Cashin exhaled slowly. Because I can't walk around in it without drawing attention. And I don't trust anyone else. The Magos clicked softly, a sound like metal scraping on metal. Understood. He gestured towards a reinforced vault at the back of the workshop. It will be safeguarded. Cashin stripped the armor piece by piece. He placed the Godwin pattern bolter beside it, followed by the meltagun and chainsword. Each weapon felt like a part of him, leaving them behind made his skin crawl. But it had to be done. He kept a las pistol. Small. Discreet. Easy to draw. He checked the charge, then slid it into the holster beneath his coat. Thank you. Cashin's voice was quiet. The Magos only inclined his head in response. As Cashin turned to leave, he paused. If anything happens, if someone tries to take it. Farron's optics flared red. They will not succeed. Cashin nodded and stepped out into the corridor. The return trip to the city was quiet. The crew moved in a loose formation, flanked by armed guards. Cashin walked near the back, eyes scanning the horizon. The terrain was barren, dust and rock stretching out in all directions, the sky a pale, washed-out blue. The only sound was the crunch of boots against dirt. As they neared the city, the silence shifted. The distant hum of life reached them first, the soft murmur of conversation, the faint clatter of machinery. Then the buildings came into view, rising from the dust like silent sentinels. The city loomed before them, its towers casting long shadows across the ground. Cashin kept his hand close to his las pistol as they passed through the gates. The city was alive. People moved through the streets with purpose, their faces calm, almost content. It felt wrong. No city in the Imperium felt this, normal. Corwin led the group through the main thoroughfare, his expression unreadable. The people watched them pass but said nothing. Cashin met their gazes, searching for any sign of fear. Of suspicion. There was none. They reached the central plaza once more, where Magistrate Row waited. The same polite smile. The same calm demeanor. Cashin watched as Corwin stepped forward, exchanging pleasantries. The captain spoke of fuel and supplies, of repairs and rest. Row nodded along, accommodating as always. Cashin's gaze drifted across the plaza. The people moved through their daily routines, unbothered by the presence of armed strangers. No signs of fear. No whispers of rebellion. Just life. It felt wrong. But for now, there was no danger. No threats. Just a city, alive and untouched by the horrors of the galaxy. For now. Chapter 39, Beneath the Surface. This time the goal is 800 stones. Keep at it, guys. Cashin started exploring the city, his pace steady but unhurried, eyes scanning everything. The streets were wide and unnaturally clean. Buildings loomed on either side, tall and pristine, the architecture sharp and efficient. No grime streaked the walls, no beggars lingered in the alleys. There was no stench of waste or the usual filth that clung to hive cities like a second skin. It felt sterile, clean. The people moved in quiet, orderly streams. No jostling. No loud conversations. Even the market stalls he passed seemed subdued, the vendors speaking in polite tones, almost hushed. The air carried no urgency, no chaos. It should have been calming. It wasn't. It was unnerving. Cashin kept his face neutral, but his hand hovered near the last pistol hidden beneath his coat. He'd left the armor behind, trusting Magospherian to keep it secure, but the weight of its absence made him feel exposed. Vulnerable. He kept walking, weaving through the crowd, just another passerby. No one paid him any attention. Even the guards, clad in crisp uniforms and standing at regular intervals, barely spared him a glance. That in itself was unsettling. In any other imperial world, a newcomer would draw suspicion. Especially someone clearly armed. But here? Nothing. Cashin clenched his jaw and let his mind reach out. The warp stirred at his call subtly. His senses drifted across the crowd, brushing against the minds of those around him. The first mind he touched felt empty. Not hollow. Just focused. The work is almost complete. He blinked. His eyes darted across the crowd, searching for the speaker. But no one was talking. Just the quiet shuffle of boots and murmured conversations. He pushed deeper. The stars aligns. His will shall be done. Another mind. I need more time. Cashin's breath caught. He pulled back, heart beating a little faster. The whispers faded, replaced by the soft murmur of the city. He looked around again, slower this time. The people kept walking. No hesitation. No fear. He tried again, brushing against another mind. I will understand. And another. Understand. Cashin's pulse quickened. It was truly eerie. Normally when he brushes against people's mind they have everyday concerns, prayers to Emperor even in thoughts. Thinking about their family, next meal, not whatever this is. He withdrew, the warp slipping from his grasp. The city rushed back in the soft footsteps, the gentle hum of conversation. Everything looked normal. But it wasn't. He stood there for a long moment, watching the crowd pass him by. No one stared. No one whispered. They just walked. Calm. Purposeful. Like puppets being puppeteered by some eldritch entity. Cashin let out a slow breath, forcing himself to relax. There was no immediate threat. No sign of chaos. Whatever this was, it wasn't something he could fight. He'd have to watch. Learn about what is happening in this planet before committing to a course of action. For now, he moved with the crowd, his unease simmering beneath the surface. The meeting room aboard the Imperium Bellum was quiet, save for the low hum of the ship's engines. The recycled air carried a faint metallic tang, the kind that clung to your tongue after too long in the void. The crew had gathered around a large metal table, their faces lit by the dim lumen strips lining the walls. Captain Corwin stood at the head, arms folded, his expression unreadable. Lieutenant Reynolds sat to his left, fingers drumming a slow, steady rhythm against his thigh. Soren leaned against the bulkhead, his usual smirk absent. Magospherian stood off to the side, still and silent. Alara Warren sipping recaf. Cashin lingered near the wall, arms crossed. His gaze swept over the room, studying the faces of the crew. These were hardened men and women, people who had stared into the dark and lived to tell the tale. Veterans of warp travel, of close calls and near disasters. They didn't spook easily. Yet there was a tension in the air, subtle but undeniable. No one wanted to be the first to speak. Finally, Corwin broke the silence. All right. Let's hear it. What do we think of this place? The question hung there, heavy and unanswered. Cashin shifted, pushing off the wall and stepping forward. He could feel their eyes on him, waiting. He took a breath. There's something wrong with this planet. Corwin's gaze sharpened. Explain. Cashin ran a hand through his hair, trying to piecing his thoughts together without giving away that he is a psyker. It's not just the cleanliness. It's the people. I spent hours walking through the city, watching them. They're too calm. He shook his head. It's like they don't feel fear. No tension. No wariness of strangers. Even the guards didn't seem concerned about us. Soren snorted. Maybe they're just polite. Cashin ignored him. It's more than that. Every person I passed had this focus. I could see it in their eyes. They're all thinking about the same things. He hesitated, glancing around the table. I can't explain it, but it's there. Reynold shifted in his seat, brow furrowing. You felt it too. Cashin blinked. What do you mean? The lieutenant leaned forward, elbows resting on the table. Not the way you're describing, but there's a stillness here. It feels wrong. Like the city's waiting for something. He glanced at Corwin. I've felt it before. Back on Hive right before the rebellion. Corwin's expression darkened. Anyone else? Alara hesitated, then spoke softly. It's too perfect. The others turned to her, and she shrugged. Every city has its shadows. Even the most well-kept worlds have dark corners. But here? There's nothing. No graffiti. No signs of wear. It just doesn't feel lived in. Soren scoffed. You're all jumping at shadows. But the tension in his jaw betrayed him. Corwin sighed, rubbing his temples. It's not just that. He looked around the table. The nobles and civilians on board are already settling in. Desperate for a place to belong. After drifting through the void for so long, they'll cling to any sense of normalcy. They'll make excuses. Ignore the signs. Even the officers are starting to relax. Farron finally spoke, his mechanical voice breaking the silence. The planet offers resources we cannot afford to overlook. Refueling. Repairs. Food. His optic lenses whirred softly as they focused on Corwin. Prudence is required, but panic is inefficient. Cashin frowned. I'm not suggesting we panic. But we need to be careful. He met Corwin's gaze. This planet feels wrong. I don't know what it is yet, but we shouldn't let our guard down. The tension in the room settled like dust in the quiet that followed. Captain Corwin stood at the head of the table, arms folded, eyes scanning the faces of his officers. The hum of the ship's systems filled the silence, steady and unyielding. No one spoke at first, each of them weighing their thoughts, considering the strangeness of the city they'd walked through. Cashin leaned forward, resting his elbows on the cold metal surface, watching Corwin carefully. All right, Corwin said finally, his voice low but steady. We're in agreement. Something is off about this planet. But suspicion isn't a plan. He glanced at Reynold. We need a course of action. Thoughts? Reynold shifted in his chair, fingers tapping against the table. First things first, we don't draw attention to ourselves. No sudden moves, no paranoia. We keep things calm. As far as anyone outside this ship knows, we're here to refuel and resupply. Nothing more. Corwin nodded. Good. Arbit. Cashin spoke up. We can blend in, but we need eyes everywhere. The city is clean, almost unnaturally so, but it's more than that. The people, they don't act right. He hesitated, choosing his words carefully. It's like they're all thinking the same thing, moving with the same purpose. I'll keep watching. I'll move through the streets, keep my ears open, and see what I can pick up. Corwin considered that. Alone. I move quieter alone. Cashin met his gaze. I won't be noticed. The captain's eyes narrowed slightly, but he nodded. Fine. What else? Reynold spoke again. We stagger our movements. No large groups. If anyone's watching, they'll notice a squad moving through the streets. But 1 or 2 people at a time. It won't raise any alarms. Soren leaned against the bulkhead, arms crossed. And what exactly are we looking for? Weird behavior? Hidden symbols in the walls? They're polite, Captain. Maybe that's just how they are. Maybe, Corwin said quietly. But we don't take chances. He glanced at the others. You've all felt it. That itch at the back of your mind. Something isn't right. There was a murmur of quiet agreement. Even Soren shifted uneasily. I'll keep to the markets, Reynold offered. People talk when they trade. If there are rumors, I'll find them. Corwin nodded. Good. He turned to Farron. Magos. The tech priest inclined his head slightly, optics whirring. I will monitor communications. The planet's Vox network is unusual. It is worth further analysis. Do it. Corwin turned back to the table, scanning the faces of his officers. We're here to refuel and resupply. That hasn't changed. But we keep our eyes open. We rotate shifts 2 people in the city at all times. No more, no less. Cashin, you'll be the primary observer. Reynold, you'll coordinate rotations. Soren, you stick to the docks. Keep an ear on the ship hands. They always know more than they let on. Soren smirked. Captain. And the rest of us? Reynold asked. Keep the ship ready. We're guests here, but that doesn't mean we're safe. If we need to leave, I want us ready to fly in minutes, not hours. The lieutenant nodded. Cashin leaned back in his chair, watching the others carefully. There was unease in the room, subtle but there. These were hardened voidfarers, used to danger and uncertainty. The fact that they were uneasy spoke volumes. Cashin's own suspicions still lingered, but he pushed them aside for now. There was work to do. Corwin took a deep breath, looking around the table one last time. All right. We keep quiet. We stay sharp. If anything feels wrong, we regroup and reassess. Understood. A chorus of quiet nods followed. The meeting ended without ceremony. One by one, the crew filed out, each lost in their own thoughts. Cashin lingered for a moment, watching Corwin as the captain stared at the empty table. Finally, he turned and left the room, the hum of the ship's engines following him into the corridor. Chapter 40, The Watchful City. Bonus chapter at 500 stones, guys. Thanks for your support. Cashin sat outside a ration vendor, observing people as they came in and out of the shop going about their day. The other crew members had gone about their own business, Corwin and the officers handling the ship's resupply, and implementing the plan, the nobles taking to the city like half-starved men offered a banquet. Cashin, however, drifted alone, eyes moving from face to face, noticing every detail. The people unnerved him. They all walked with same purpose, there was no person left idle, each one has a destination to go to, some work needing to be done. No wasted effort, no idle wandering. Vendors manned market stalls, their goods carefully arranged, their greetings polite but distant. It all felt pre-programmed somehow. Like someone trying their hardest to mimic how a city works. Cashin stood up and greeted the vendor. Before going along with the crowd, he moved on, eyes flicking between the buildings. The architecture was flawless, each stone fitted with care, each window perfectly placed. Even the grime seemed to be put there carefully, as if it had been arranged to give the city a lived-in feel. Cashin stopped at a fountain. The water was clear, the surface smooth. He knelt, cupping his hands to drink, and caught his reflection in the water. His own face stared back at him, sharp features, dark eyes, a thin scar along his jaw. His black hair hung loose, framing his face, his pale skin standing out against the dark fabric of his coat. He looked tired, with circles beneath his eyes. As he rose, he noticed a man watching him from across the square. Cashin tensed, hand drifting toward his last pistol, but the man only smiled. The kind of polite, distant smile one gives to a passing stranger. Cashin nodded once, turning away. He passed a woman sweeping the street, her broom scraping quietly against the stone. Scrape. 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 Her movements were slow, deliberate. The sound followed him as he walked, steady and rhythmic. Scrape. 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 Cashin glanced over his shoulder. The woman hadn't moved. Her broom slid across the stones in the same slow arc, her face blank. She didn't even look at him. Just swept. He turned a corner. The streets stretched on, identical and endless. He could have sworn he passed the same vendor 3 times. Or maybe they just looked alike. He checked his chronometer and frowned. An hour had passed. He couldn't remember what he'd done in that time. A man brushed past him, the same man who'd been watching him earlier. Cashin tensed, eyes narrowing. The man kept walking, his steps calm and unhurried. Cashin turned, watching him vanish into the crowd. No. Not the same man. He caught glimpses of other faces. Expressions neutral, eyes just a little too distant. Conversations drifted past him, quiet and cordially. No laughter. No arguments. Just words. Cashin moved faster, each step quick. The city pressed in around him, the crowd moving like a slow tide. He glanced at his chronometer again. It was dead. The sky darkened. He looked up, frowning. The sun dipped behind the buildings, casting long shadows across the streets. The air grew colder. He passed the sweeping woman again. She hadn't moved at all. Her broom scraped against the same cobblestones in the slow rhythm. Scrape. 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 Cashin stared at her. She didn't look up. Didn't acknowledge him. Just kept sweeping. He backed away slowly, heart pounding, and turned the corner. The street was empty. Cashin froze. The market had been busy moments ago, but now, nothing. No vendors. No passers-by. Just silence. He strained to listen. The air felt heavy, pressing against his ears. There was no sound. Not even the wind. He turned, hand gripping the last pistol under his coat. Something flickered at the edge of his vision. He spun, weapon half drawn, but there was nothing there. Just an empty alley, dark and yawning. He stared into the blackness, breath slow and steady. Nothing moved. The alley was silent. Too silent. He turned away, walking faster. The silence followed him, clinging to his skin. The streets stretched on, identical and endless. Every building, every window, every alley the same. He felt his pulse quicken, cold sweat sliding down his back. A whisper brushed against his ear. Cashin spun, weapon raised, but there was nothing. He stood there for a long moment, heart pounding, eyes scanning the shadows. Slowly, he lowered his weapon, exhaling a shaky breath. Cashin started making his way towards the plaza. It would be best to find the magistrate and get some answers from him. But as he is nearing the plaza, he sees something or someone. A child stood across the plaza. Small. Barefoot. Face shadowed by tangled hair. She wasn't moving. Cashin blinked. She was closer. He hadn't seen her move. Her clothes were wrong, not worn, not clean. Just wrong. Fabric that shimmered like it wasn't made for light. Like it had been constructed from memory. Her hands hung limp at her sides. Her eyes. There were no eyes. Just blank, smooth skin where they should have been. Cashin stepped back, slowly. His fingers brushed the grip of his last pistol. She tilted her head. The movement was too fast. Too smooth. Her mouth opened as if to speak, but no sound came. Just the faint crackle of static. Then. She screamed. No breath. No lungs. Just raw, digital static pouring out of her throat. The sound was wrong, not loud, but sharp, scraping the inside of his skull like broken glass. Cashin flinched, the noise making his vision tremble. Then, silence. She was gone. The place was empty again. As if nothing had happened. Reality was back to normal. Cashin looked down. There were no footprints. No child. No trace. Just the faint scent of ozone and something, burnt. He closed his eyes to take a deep breath. He needed to find Corvin. They needed a plan. And he needed to get off this planet. After that episode, he started exiting the plaza. The ship was the only safe haven for him right now. Whatever was happening on this planet could wait. He has to discuss his findings with the crew. Then, as if fate was mocking him, he spotted Corvin. The captain stood in a small plaza, speaking with a group of locals. The scene should have been mundane, but something about it made Cashin's pulse quicken. The locals stood unnaturally still, their faces calm and blank. Their heads tilted slightly as Corvin spoke, but there was no real engagement. It was like watching statues talking with each other. Cashin approached quietly, studying the captain's posture. Corvin seemed relaxed. Too relaxed. His voice carried faintly over the square, the words soft and indistinct. Cashin couldn't quite catch what he was saying, but the tone felt wrong. Flat. Detached. Like he was just going through the motions. As he drew closer, the locals turned in unison to look at him. The motion was smooth, synchronized, too perfect. Cashin forced himself to hold their gazes, his face impassive. The locals stared for a long moment before slowly drifting away into the alleyways. No parting words. No acknowledgement. Just silence. Captain. Cashin's voice was steady, but low. Corvin turned, a small smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Cashin. Didn't expect to see you. Cashin frowned. We need to talk. Corvin raised an eyebrow but gestured for him to follow. They stepped into a quieter corner of the plaza, where the shadows clung to the walls like oil. Cashin kept his back to the wall, eyes flicking around the square. The locals were gone, but the sensation of being watched still lingered. We need to leave, Cashin said quietly. Soon. Corvin sighed, crossing his arms. Cashin. Something is wrong here. Cashin cut him off, voice sharp and a bit hysterical. The people. Haven't you noticed how off they are? Corvin tilted his head. Off. Cashin studied his face, searching for the man he'd spoken just yesterday. They all act the same. Speak the same. It's like they're reading from a script. And the city no grime, nowhere. Even the air feels wrong. Corvin blinked slowly. You're overthinking. No, I'm not. Cashin stepped closer. Yesterday, we agreed something wasn't right. We made a plan. I scouted the city. I did not say this before but I am a psi. The captain interrupted before he could complete the sentence. Plan. Cashin's stomach twisted. He took a deep breath. Captain, we talked yesterday about our suspicions regarding this planet. Don't you remember any of that? Corvin stared at him, unblinking. Cashin, we never talked yesterday. Cashin felt the blood drain from his face. What? Corvin shrugged. We did not talk since we had a meeting with the magistrate. As for any suspicions, there's nothing wrong in this planet. The people here are peaceful. Polite. It's refreshing actually. Cashin took a slow breath, forcing himself to stay calm. Captain, you're never this careless. He kept his voice even, but his mind raced. Yesterday, you were cautious. We both were. Corvin's face twisted with faint irritation. You're letting your imagination get the better of you. Cashin's jaw clenched. You really don't remember. Corvin hesitated, then shook his head. You must have misunderstood. No. Cashin's voice was cold now. I didn't. The captain rubbed his temple, his expression softening. You're tired. We've been running on fumes for weeks. Relax. We'll leave when we're ready. Relax. The word scraped against Cashin's mind. He stared into Corvin's eyes, searching for any flicker of the sharp, cautious officer he'd once respected. But all he saw was a dull, glassy calm. The kind of calm that didn't belong to him. What did you talk about with those people just now? Cashin asked quietly. Corvin glanced over his shoulder. The plaza was empty. He frowned. I don't remember. Cashin stiffened. What do you mean you don't remember? Corvin chuckled softly, the sound dry and humorless. I guess I wasn't paying attention. Cashin's breath caught in his throat. Captain. His voice dropped, barely a whisper. Think. Corvin blinked at him, eyes distant. There's nothing wrong. Cashin stepped back, his heart pounding. He was slowly getting tired of this bullshit. You're lying. Corvin smiled faintly. No need to be paranoid. Everything is fine. He turned and walked away, his steps slow. Cashin watched him go, his chest tight, his mind racing. The silence of the plaza settled heavy around him, thick and suffocating. Everything was definitely not fine.
Thanks for listening.